Hello. I should probably mute my Discord. Because a lot of people getting confused. Alrighty. Okay. Put this into do not disturb. Hmm. Do do do. Radio. I need some music. Now we got the background music, but I need actual music. Oh, okay. That's a. Listen to this one. I haven't listened to this one in a hot minute. My model height, so it'll do that. Alrighty. I will wait for people to come on in while I do some extra research. I've got most of it there, but I'm just a little bit curious. For those of you who don't know, I'm obsessed with bird genetics in particular. So I'm having a look at that, you know. Alright, let's see. I like it like that. She pulled me off shot and now we're going back to back. I asked her if she wanted to dance. She's like, yeah, tomorrow's gonna hurt, baby. I ain't even mad. I like it, I like it, I like it like that. Alrighty. Damn. Rock bottle ding ding this time. Da 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 da. I wish I never went down to that bar. I wish I never walked you back to your car. This song get my heart on myself. But girl, I spent too many days feeling things I wish I never felt. Oh, you were something else. I haven't mind an angel knew how to drive you to hell. Hello, Dan. How are we doing today? You ready for me to commit a word vomit all about the birds that you have? Dun, 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 dun. I just woke up like 2 minutes ago. I guess it's not long after I started streaming. Damn, do you have an alarm set for my stream or something? I'm joking, I'm joking, I'm joking. How are you doing? Aside from just being freshly woken up. Did you wake up on the right side of the bed? On the wrong side of the bed? Good. I am glad to hear that. I wish I never went down that bar. Oh my fucking goodness, that is way too fucking long. This didn't give my heart to myself. Girl, I spent too many days feeling things I wish I never felt. I didn't know an angel knew how to find the hell. I'm just saying to myself while I prep some stuff up, as well as it gives time to people to come in here, as this was very highly requested by people. Everyone was wanting to learn all about budgies, so I will give people a little bit to filter into here. Just give me a tea, and that caffeine should wake me up. Fair enough, fair enough. Unfortunately, I don't have tea on me. Would you like a monster? I'm joking, I'm joking, I'm joking, I'm joking. Alright, I can. Betty! There we go. It doesn't look center, but it is center. I'm gonna change it. There. And yes, I'm going to be that obnoxious dingo and have my ears in front of the title. But yeah, just gonna get some pictures all set up. Do I risk joining VC even though I'm a little slippy? Fuck yeah, mate. I'm actually not in VC yet, but I can change that if you wanna listen to my questions firsthand so you don't have any stream delay. That's alright by me. I just gotta jump in there. Dun 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 dun. Hello. How are you doing?
Does that answer your question?
Yes, yes it does.
No, just as I turned on my phone, I immediately got a notification from your channel saying you have gone live.
Damn, that's crazy. Imagine me being live, that's crazy.
Yeah, no, imagine just getting a notification straight as you turn your phone on.
That's crazy. I mean, I did start later. But yeah. Because let's say Ken's got a little distracted by all the fancy prejudice. Not that we're surprised or
Uh-huh,
anything.
uh-huh.
I'm totally still not typing that up. It's been a very last minute write up on all of this, so hopefully it's some sort of good, hopefully. I've written it more like a script, so I'm basically just going to be reading the script a lot while inserting pictures here and there. So yeah, I'm just
Hi,
currently
Casey.
writing up some more. Oh, hi, Casey. Hello. Good evening for you. I had to think about that.
Isn't it like 1 or 2 in the morning for them?
Something like that, yeah. I need to get a muffler for the end of my microphone again.
1:02. But no, my time zones. Yay.
Look at you go, Dan. Why do we have Pitbull? That's not the right vibes for this stream. Settle down.
We're sleeping very soon. Just thought I'd check in. Fair enough.
Not a problem, Casey. The VOD will be up, so if you want to watch the VOD back to learn about budgies in your own time, you're more than welcome to. As well as I will be uploading this to YouTube whenever I edit it. Not like I've even started editing the rest of the episodes of Birdman, but you know, we'll get there. We'll get there.
Just have a separate channel for birdies.
It's not even that. It's I I'm not very good at editing, and I'm scared to edit them wrong, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I've started, I think I edited one video once.
Mm.
It wasn't exactly anything impressive or anything.
Yeah.
Oh, let me find a nice picture of a budgie.
There's no demons.
What do you mean? They're sweet little angels.
Yeah, but they can be annoying to catch or if you have them as a pet.
Well, yes, but when does this not apply to literally any bird? Actually, no, that's a lie. I was handling all the birds this morning. I even took a risk with one of
Exactly.
them.
Exactly. Where's my point?
Because, let's just say, I was trimming all of the birds' wings because some of them need clipping again because they've been trying to escape. And obviously we can't have that. And I was also doing some of the nails and beaks of whatever needed doing. But our cockatiel slash weirdo boy, Wilbur, um, I kind of said fuck it to the gloves, didn't wear any gloves, and let's just say I've got a nice few couple of puncture wounds. As well as someone did not believe me that River bites like a freight train. So I willingly let her bit my hand. Now I have a gash in the side of my hand.
Well, Well, the crew's arriving for you, apparently.
Hello, Zeri, and hello, Arch. How is my favorite dingo? Oh, I'm your favorite dingo. The bestest dingo. Oh, thank you both. Dingo's doing pretty good. Did a bit of a rush type up for this. Just getting up some final information on color genetics because I'm totally not a bird nerd when it comes to that area or anything. No, definitely not me. Couldn't be me. As well as finding some nice pictures to help explain things a little bit better to you guys. So if you would be interested in learning all about budgies, stick around. As well as if either of you would like to join in the VC to chat in the background as I am explaining, by all means, you are more than welcome. That applies to the both of you. And yes, Casey, please get some sleep. If you want to listen to me drone on about birds for several hours, you're in the right place, and who knows, maybe it'll help you sleep.
No story time.
Mm-hmm. As well as Dan here is a budgie owner, so he can also give his input on how these little munchkins behave. But yeah, I've got a lot of fun facts lined up for everyone that I think some people are going to find interesting. I also found them a little bit interesting because it's a little bit unusual to some different birds. Yeah. So if you're willing to listen to me absolutely drone on for several hours about budgies, you're in the right place. But yeah, we'll let everyone filter in here for a little bit. Usually I like to let this run for about half an hour just to let people give people an opportunity to come in here as they wake up. So in roughly, what are you up to now? We're up to 17 minutes. So roughly another quarter of an hour. Yeah. You're a vet too. Do you mean veteran? A veteran doubles. Yeah, I called it. I called it. Yes, but again, an exclaimer. I am not a fully qualified vet, so if anything where I do state that it is my own opinion, please take it with a grain of salt, as I am not fully qualified yet. I'm only giving my recommendations and opinions based on my own perspective. See, yeah,
You're still learning.
I am. Every single vet is also still learning as well. I just love to yap about birds. Alright, back to writing up my 50,000 million color mutations for these guys. Totally not full warning or anything.
I guarantee it. If I walk downstairs right now to my dining room, they'll start screeching.
Well, of course. I walked outside today because I was called out to help trim some birds' nails and wings, as well as their beaks if needed, as I explained earlier. I didn't even acknowledge my two parrots. I just went straight for the eclectuses and started doing them. I kid you not. The second I even turned to go back inside, because we were outside, I don't know why we were outside, River started screaming as if I was abandoning her. And she did not stop till I came back and said hello to her. Tell me your bird is clingy without telling me that your bird is clingy. I'm late for burb class. No. You're all good. You're all good. We haven't started yet. I like to give at least about half an hour before we start about this, so you're 10 minutes early, if anything. So please grab some notepads, some text pads, sit down, and enjoy the bird lecture about budgies. Gotta get a picture of these little crackheads for screen first. Not the picture I was looking for, but I will definitely be using that later in the stream. I like that. Oh, I don't care. Oh, that's cute. That's a cute picture. Dun, 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 dun. Hey girl, show me your bird, girl. Oh, and thank you for the lurk, Jados. Thank you, thank you. Unfortunately, I do not have a budgie, but I have indeed looked after budgies before, so I can show you some pictures of them, because my god, they are gorgeous colours. Ignore my brother, he just ate, so he has unwanted. Wait till I get up here. Oh no. Oh no. He's having the zoomies. That's adorable. That's adorable. We love some zoomies. La 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 la. La 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 la. That is a bit of a scrunkly image, but I don't care. We'll take that. Oh, I have to use this one. I have to use this image. Okay, never mind. I've chosen an image. I've chosen an image, chat.
It's a pretty image.
It's what would I call this? It shows the curious nature of budgies. Put it that way.
Okay.
Bougie. Upload documents. Here I go. Look, it looks a little bit dangerous in this image. Not gonna lie. just a little
No,
bit
just
dangerous.
playful.
How can I outrun his lasting mark?
No, it's a little bit playful.
Just a little bit, you know.
It's the
Here we go,
female budgies
everybody.
had to be careful of.
Look at this. Look at this little gremlin.
Oh,
Look at the little gremlin.
that's what I see every time I look at my budgies.
Then that seems like it's very applicable then. As well as I'll scoot, 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 scoot my boot over here a little bit. And yes, I'm gonna have my ears obnoxiously in front of the title because yes. But yes, welcome to Budgies.
No.
Me not reading the caption correctly, I thought it said bludger. I mean, if you have a savage enough budgie, you could call him that. Not gonna lie. Oh, and without giving away any spoilers, Dan, I want chat to try and guess what does the blue patch on the nose symbolize on this budgie? This will be interesting.
I can't say anything, can I?
You're not allowed to say
I'm not
anything. No
allowed to.
spoilers. No spoilers. I will give you the bonking stick if you give spoilers.
You'll bonk me if I do.
I will commit a bonk. Why don't you sing along, a mango bird? No, that's the lovebird you're thinking of, I'm pretty sure. That's what they call lovebirds, right? They're mango birds? I think they call the lovebirds the mangoes.
Yeah, I do,
Budgies
yeah.
are different. They're not as mango coloured as, say, your lovebirds.
No, like most birds, budgies can have multiple colours.
Yes, that is correct. Bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. I like cute tiny ones that look like rainbows. Oh, we have one of those, except she's called a purple crowned lorikeet. She wasn't feeling so good, no, not last week. Oh, no, technically still last week as well. Technically a week and a half, probably. She's much better today, thankfully. I had her out early this morning, and she's running around like the little crackhead of energy that she is. Oh, and as
Why
a
am I not
reminder, we have
surprised?
all of our donation rewards going on right now. So if you donate, I have some rewards lined up for everyone. And one of them does include bringing a bird on camera. I think that's the $25 reward. So you can choose any of the birds and I will bring them up on camera for 15 minutes. You can choose from any of the 5 handable ones, I should clarify. Because I'm not going about to go into the aviary and grab one of the unhandable ones. I quite treasure my fingers, even though they've been absolutely bitten up to high hell and back. I really should put band-aids on all these bites. No, who needs
Yeah,
that?
you probably should,
I've already
just to
sanitized them
keep
all
it.
and put antiseptic on them,
Yeah, but
so that's
still,
fine. I'll give them another wash later in the day so that it's nice and clean. Tis but a flesh wound.
later in the night.
Why you gotta expose me like this?
No, I'm just saying the truth. You know how I
Shake my
am.
head, chat. Shake my head. I'm being called out. Whatever shall I do?
You've known me for too long, Ken, so that's the issue.
I can't even argue with this.
I'm your worst nightmare.
My worst nightmare? No. There are. I can at least list like maybe 20 other friends of mine that would be way more of a nightmare fuels than you, hun. Even when you're mad.
No. Okay.
You're very
You
sweet
know
in
what?
my books.
Yeah. I will meet on Discord,
Mm-hmm.
so I can't answer any questions.
No, you're welcome to ask questions.
Or give. No, what I mean by that, like, I can't give any more hints.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I'll meet me on Discord, so
Although
if
for the
they're
behavior
struggling, then
section,
no.
I will ask for your opinion about your budgies as well.
Yeah.
So if you want to give your input on that one, you're more than welcome to.
You've seen my buddies, haven't you?
Yes, they're very cute.
They're devils.
Whatever could you possibly mean? But they're but the sweetest balls of fluff. The donut dog. I forgot about that.
I'm not gonna even argue at this stage.
Argue what?
uh, about the buddies being and being a little bit devils.
Oh, yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. Let me find the pictures of the budgies that I have looked after in the past. Oh, I almost forgot
Alright,
about you, you little chaos shit.
I'm gonna temporarily leave the call so I can go and do what I need to do. Then I'll be back.
Not a problema.
Just if you need questions asked from me, just shoot me a message and I'll try and answer.
Not a problem. So if you have any questions, chat, and I'm not able to answer, I will yell at this lovely person to help give input.
Alright, see you in a minute.
See ya! Wait, when was this taken? Would this be the first time I looked after them? Oh, it might be. I think it was. That was the first time I looked after him. I have so many animal pictures, chat. It's not even funny. If you ever want to be ambushed by all of the pretty puppies and kitties or birdies that I've looked after, just say so. Because honestly, I will send them. Alrighty. These are scrunkly images. Holy crap. I forgot how bad my phone camera is. That's crazy. This works. Alrighty. So they're very scrunkly pictures of what I've taken, but you know what? That's okay. That's okay. Ugh, I can't see anything. Alrighty, chat. Are we ready to start our bird nerd session? All attending, please say aye. I'm joking, you don't have to. Alrighty. Let me put on more casual music, because this is a very upbeat song. Why couldn't we have this last night when I was doing karaoke? What happened there? Let's see, what have I got? Oh, actually, I know. Let's have this music on. It's nice and sweet and soft. Alrighty, everybody. Are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready, chat? Are we ready? Wait, did that say an ad was starting or an ad was finishing? I don't know. Da, 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 da. Alrighty, chat. I think you should be out of your ad now. I didn't even take my foot. Sorry, feral dingo noises. I'm so sorry. 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 Actually, you know what? We can work with this. We can work with this. Never mind. This works. This works. This works. Alrighty. Don't need that tab. I'll grab that tab. I'll grab that tab. We can have that one. We can have this. It looks so fucking stupid in that picture. Alrighty, chat. Let's get into this. Alrighty, everyone. Welcome, welcome. Officially, this is Bird Nerd Lecture Budgie Edition, where today we're going to learn all about the budgie. Now, I have a feeling that a lot of you are not going to know as much about budgies as you think you do. So, be prepared to learn a lot of stuff, and hopefully I don't break your brains by the end of this. We shall see what happens. Alrighty. Oh, no, I just want that sitting there. No, don't do that. Thank you. Sorry, my Google document, Word document is being stupid. Alrighty. So first off, we're gonna have to start with this species' scientific name. Throughout all of this document, whenever I say this scientific name, it's referring to the budgie. Although, because I'm so used to calling these guys budgies, I'm most likely not even going to use the scientific name. But if I happen to do, you guys will know what it means. Alright, so these guys are Melocidicus undulatus. An undulatus? I don't know why I said that with an accent, my apologies. So to slow it down, to break it down for you guys a little bit, Melopsittacus. Oh wait, there is no P in this. Redo. Melocidicus undulatus. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to use this to call them. I should have called them budgies. Now, as you can see on screen, the full word for these guys is actually budgierigo. Never in my life have I ever heard someone actually use the full name for them. So if you ever come across these little guys, people are always going to call them budgies for short. As well as especially with us Australians. But you'll find that the term is used all the way around the globe. It's just easier to call them budgies, because who wants to say budgeriga all the time? I think it's also called budgie, budgiega, budgiega. You get the idea. It's just really not convenient, which is why we'll often go just for budgie to shorten these guys' names, as well as it makes it a little more iconic. And I have a tickle in my throat. Oh dear. Oh dear. Excuse me. Alrighty. So this species technically, I use that word very lightly in this scenario, it technically does have a subspecies. But the biggest part of this is that this subspecies isn't officially recognized by a lot of your uh, the scientists, as well as the whole breeder umbrellas. They don't technically classify this as a different species, because all it is more or less a different variant of the budgie. So this variant is known as the English budgie, otherwise known as the club budgie. Now, the club budgies do actually look quite different in comparison to your normal budgies. They are much larger in size, as well as they have a different type of feather texture look to them, as well as on the crown. I know I'm moving my mouse over the head of this picture as if you guys can see, but on top of their head, the feathers are much more fluffier and pronounced, as if they put volumer through their hair to fluff them all up. That's just what the English have decided to go for. So if you ever see a normal budgie, a normal wild type budgie, in comparison to a club budgie, you will notice the size difference, and you will immediately notice the difference in their feather structures, as well as how it is presented on their heads. It also can be a little bit more fluffier with the club budgies in their cheeks. Though it's really hard to tell, because if a normal budgie's fluffed up, it can look kind of similar to the cheeks on a club budgie. So this one in the picture that we have on screen, this is your normal type of budgie. Normal coloration, this is your normal wild type, as we would call it. So based on the picture here, you can see they have a bright yellow face with a little bit of like almost a lime green tint to it. This can go usually about halfway down the back of their head, encompassing all of their cheeks, ever so slightly at the top of their neck, with the little blue sapphire patches on their cheekbones, as well, it's actually not the cheekbones, but on their cheeks, with an assortment of black little dots. And those little black lines, they're not proper stripes per se, they're what we describe as scallops. So we're not talking about foods here when we're talking about scallops. Scallops in this case just means that the outline edge of each feather has a black tint on it. Sometimes it'll have a secondary band down the feather shaft. That's not as common. You will see it in some breeds of birds, much like your emus. Emus actually have striped feathers. It's hard to tell because they just look grey from afar, but up close, if you really, really look at one of their feathers, they do have very, very, very tiny stripes on them. Budgies is just more pronounced, resulting in that almost lacy type of look along their feathers, which also can be perceived as stripes. So if I ever use the term scallops throughout this, I'm talking about those black ridges along the outsides of their feathers. Now, these scallops will continue to cascade down both wings. On top of them, not for the flight feathers, but just on top feathers. Underside, not so much. You'll see in a little bit of mutations they will start to go under the wing as well, but usually they are just a normal green with a little bit of yellow mixture, depending on what variant your budgie is in the genetic codes. Otherwise, it's usually typically green. So the green here, it's almost like how would I describe side green? It's like a moss type of green. It starts off as just after the yellow, and then it starts to gain a more blue tint to it, per se. It's hard to tell in this picture, so let me switch scenes to go to our window share. Here we go. Oh, why is my screen so big? We love having scuff. That's my favorite. Just ignore my 50,000 million tabs there. There are a reason for those. So I'm still trying to find the most efficient way to do these presentations. So I'm still learning what works best for these, so I do apologize. Alrighty. So, straight off the bat here, you can see that not all these budgies are alike. Yes. But we're not looking at that right now. Alright, so here's a great high definition picture of Budgie here. You can start to see the blue tint start to form around about the thigh area as it comes down to the base of the tail, where it does get an almost aquarish blue tint towards the base of the tail. The tail feathers will result into a dark cobalt blue, which in some cases will end up with the black tip. That's also a little bit of the genetic line trait as well. Some of them are just pure blue, though most of the time you will see them with the black tips on the ends of their tail feathers. Let's see if I can find one here that doesn't. Yeah, you can see it there. So it's more of a blue at the top there. The underside gets a little bit of a greyish tinge. This is quite normal with a lot of parrots. You will see that they will have grey undertones on the underside of their tail, as well as on the underside of their flight feathers and sometimes primary feathers. Colour will start to come through on their secondaries. If you don't know your whole wing feather locations, let me bring up a quick wing diagram. Diagram feathers. I should have prepared this in advance, I apologize. Here we go. So your primaries are what you all would use for your main flight feathers. And then your secondaries, just a secondary along the wing really. But a lot of your primaries will have a more of a pointed tip, so if you do get to have a closer look at a bird's wing and you do pull out the wing, you will notice that some of the feathers have more of a pointed tip, the other ones will have a rounded. So you'll be able to tell the difference between your primaries but also your secondaries. We're not really going to use too much of these other types of feathers, but it's handy to know if you ever do want to know more about them. The
Um,
only ones that I
I
might...
apologize.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
Yes? What's up?
I'm back. I apologize for leaving.
You're all good? Oh, I thought you bursting in as if to say like something happened. What the hell?
No.
Oh, it's all good. I'm just explaining the wings on... Sorry, the feathers on wings.
Yeah.
Alright, back to it, chat. The only other type of wing feather you might hear me describe are the primary coverts, but that really doesn't apply much to budgies. We'll find that later out with a lot of different other bird species, especially if you want to know the ideal way to clip your bird's wings. If you do want to clip your bird's wings, you're perfectly welcome to leave them free-flighted if you want to. Clipping, in some cases, is actually beneficial for their health. My parrot Prince is a prime example of this. If you want to learn more about that, let me know in the either suggestions channel of my Discord, or feel free to leave a comment in chat, entirely up to you. Alright, back to these little flufferheads. I know it's really hard to ignore the fact that you see some pretty looking blue ones on here, some with white faces, some with yellow faces. We will get into this later. Don't worry, I will get all into the genetics later. All you need to know is that blue is not a natural coloration. Now, moving on to, you guys can get an idea of what a club budgie is. Club budgies have a significantly poofier head. Some of these are a little bit exaggerated, admittedly, but they can be subtle, much like this one. So this one on the right here isn't as much of a club budgie. I would say that's a mixture between an Australian and your club budgie. Um, a lot of people do try and describe the differences between the two breeds as English and Australian. I'm probably going to get so confused with that, so I'm going to stick with budgie and club. So if you hear me refer to club, I'm referring to these big puffy ones, and otherwise I am referring to the Australian, which is usually what I'm going to use for the term budgie, just to help explain some things further on into this stream. And thank you for the hydrate redeem. I currently do not have anything to drink, but I will grab a monster. So yes, the ones here on the left, you can see they have a much more pronounced fluffier head on these, with almost like a blockier look of a chin. This doesn't just apply to the fluffed up one here, but it also can apply to your normal club budgies. This is an okay representation. You can see that it almost looks like they have jowls, kind of, but they have a much blockier, longer feathered cheek. Keep in mind that these budgies have been specifically line bred by a lot of the breeders in England to produce this type of budgie, since they wanted to have it look a little bit more fancier than their Australian counterparts. Oh yeah, I haven't actually told you. I just started calling them the Australian. I'm so sorry. That's a little bit of a spoiler for later, but that's alright. Um, But yes, as you can see, the differences, you can also get them with a heavier amount of the black spotting on the chin. I personally don't find it that attractive of a trait. Same with the big poof on top of the head. It just doesn't appeal to me personally. I don't understand it. I very much prefer where you can see your budgie's eye and the nice defined sloping back of their heads. That's my personal preference. That's what I know a budgie as. I kind of look at your club budgies and think how uh uh what's the nicest way to put this? Essentially, I'm gonna call them like the pugs of the budgie world. Because pugs have been so incredibly inbred to have the most extreme features to make them recognizable when they actually don't need that. And the breed was recognized way, way into the past of not having these such extreme features. So when I look at these club budgies, I think of something similar like that. Especially with this one in case, that is a dramatic fluff on the top of the head with these extra long cheek feathers. Yes, it gives them a striking look, but I personally don't think it's beneficial to the bird. As is the case with a lot of designer breeds, not just birds, but dogs, cats, horses, and etc. Alright, let me go check my documents again. Ah, alrighty, so you can see the scalloping down the wings there, leading into the wing feathers. Yes. As typical of many species of parrots and parakeets that do have more, they're usually smaller in size. They typically always have a blue rump. I haven't really found any particular reasoning behind this. With our budgies, we do still have the blue rump as well, but it's not as clearly defined as, say, your lovebirds or your Indian ringnecks. Let's see if I can find a good picture right here. It's a little hard to see, but you can see in here that it does start to get like a darker blue hue coming over the rump of the bird. I always find their wing feathers so striking. But anyway, that's me getting distracted. Sorry, I look at a bird and I see genetics. Alright, the legs on these guys are usually like a light grey, but with some mutations, it will result in the legs being a almost like like a beige, creamy color, or almost like a dusky pink of sorts. They can be a really dark grey as well, but typically the usual is around about like a light grey, sometimes medium grey. If you can see this on the screen right now, this budgie here, this is not a real budgie. You will not find a budgie in this color. I can tell you right now that this is completely photoshopped. You can even see where it absolutely messes up towards the tail there, and the outline here you can see the green. Budgies do not come in this color. I can tell you this right now. As well as the green on the cheekbones there and on the Aceris. That's what this band over their nose is called. That is not a budgie. Do not look at this and think, oh, I want a budgie like this. No. No, 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 no. As well as up here, you can see a pink sub category up here. These are not real. None of these are real budgies. As well as you can see here, there's actually a lot here that aren't even budgies. Like this. That's not a budgie. First of all, yeah, that's not even a budgie. That is not. I don't understand why people do this. Like, stop posting like this. This is a real bird. This is not a budgie though. This is part of the Rosella family. So I'm not expecting everyone to know that.
Yeah, but it's not really surprising people would do that.
Yeah, it's not surprising. They want to make something look pretty and sparkling, but it's not correct in any sort of form. Alrighty. Now, as you can see, there are variations in the black tones here. I will get into that later. That is all a part of the color mutations, which I can't wait to ramble about for several hours straight because there's so much on these guys. I will behave now. Alright, so subspecies colorations for the club budgies. Because club budgies aren't a natural occurring bird, like you're not going to find them in the wild. If you find them in the wild, they are someone's escaped pet. So it's safe to assume that these guys' natural colorations will be the same as their Australian counterparts, but because this isn't a recognized subspecies, we can't technically call it that, and we don't have proof to say that this is their natural coloration. So we're just going to very lightly base it off the Australian variation and say that that's going to be its natural coloration, but keep in mind it really isn't. Alrighty, size. Now, let me find one where we have a mixture of normal and club budgies. What the hell is that demon? What happened to this picture? I'm getting sidetracked here. That is a big nest of budgies. Oh, is that one? No. Oz budgie vs club budgie. Actually, this is a perfect description right here. I'm not going to watch the video because I don't know what this video is about. But this right here is an absolutely perfect example. I'm going to blow it up. It's crunchy, yes, bear with me. So size comparison, we can't get a size comparison on these guys, but this is perfect to see side by sides. This is why that one I looked at earlier, I'm like, that's not a full breed budgie, it's a mix. You can clearly see the difference between the three. Alright, but I want to find a size comparison. Oh, here we go. Here we go, here we go, perfect. So this is a normal Australian budgie here, this little white fluff ball, and on the left is a club budgie. They are significantly larger. So as I said, if you are going out bush in Australia, please never go alone if you do. Please. You can see the size comparison in these two. Your club budgies are so much more bigger. They have a different feather texture, as you can see with all the fluffed up feathers there, and also on its chest here and those cheek feathers. They're much different from your normal budgie. Now, for size purposes, the wild, so I'm going to call these the wild types. They're usually around 18 centimeters in length. This is including the tail. In some cases, the tail will grow longer, but that's again a genetic defect. And usually the weight for your wild types is around 30 to 40 grams. For those of you who don't use the metric system, that's about 1.1 to 1.4 ounces. As well as for the length. The length of these birds in inches is 7. And they will have roughly around a 30 centimeter, aka 12-inch wingspan. In captivity, I haven't properly listed this as like a proper captivity thing. This is in reference to the club budgies specifically. Usually the club budgies are around 21 to 24 centimeters. In inches, that is 8.5 to 9.5 inches. And they weigh heavier at around about 50 to 55 grams. In ounces, that is 1.7 to 1.9 ounces. Lifespan of these little fluffers. I won't leave my window share up for now. I'll turn that off for now. Lifespan in the wild, so this is for your normal wild types, again not applicable to club budgies. It is only around 5 to 8 years. They have a very short lifespan in comparison to most of your bird species, but in captivity, a lot of your Aussie budgies, I don't know, I couldn't find too much if it was different for club budgies or not, so I'm going to say this does apply to both club budgies as well. It can be up to 10 to 15 years, although there have been many recorded instances of budgies that have lived over 15 years old. Pick me, pick me. Huh? What am I picking you for? But yes, what do you want to be picked for, Dan? What's that?
The oldest budgie. I know the answer.
Do you want me to say it? Or do you want to
You
say it?
can.
Because that's literally what I was about to go into next.
You can say it.
Alright. Longest ever recorded age of a budgie is 29 years old. How the heck this bird managed to live that long? I honestly do not have a proper scientific answer for this.
Different.
All I can say is that this bird was really one stubborn mother fluffer with an iron, or slash, I guess a diamond in this case, diamond will to live at this point. Because that is double the life expectancy of your standard budgie in captivity.
Yeah.
As well as kudos to the owners for getting the absolute right balance of vitamins and minerals to keep that budgie going, because holy fluffin' heck. That's
I'm
crazy.
pretty sure, unfortunately, I believe that one passed away recently.
From what I read, yeah, that is the case, unfortunately. But my goodness, that is an absolute soldier of a bird. And with our topic of diet, that leads into our next section. But a disclaimer before I fully jump into this. Everyone has a different opinion on how you should balance out your budgie's diet. Every site will say something different, along with every pet store will give advice on different amounts and variants and food qualities for your budgie. What I'm about to say is my own personal opinion, and by no means am I a qualified vet nurse or a vet. I am only in training, so I cannot give precise uh, opinions on how I feel about this, but I'm going to give you an estimate as to what I believe your budgie's diet should be similar to as. Because so many people feed these birds the wrong diet, which is a high contribution factor into their short lifespan, and we want to help our pets last as long as possible. Well, normal people do. If you don't, then I have concerns, serious concerns, as to why you have these
Um,
pets in the first place.
I'll be disappointed
You'll be disappointed in what I'm about to say? Or am I gonna call you out?
about what you just said. But if people are having these birds and not having the correct diet,
Oh, Dan. I hate to break it to you, but around, I'm gonna say, over half of all budgies in captivity are given the wrong diet.
I know
I wish
it
I
makes
could
me
make
sad.
this up. I wish. But so many
I
people look at
know,
these birds and just put them on a plain seed diet. Sometimes it's not even a
I
variation of
know,
seeds, but just millet. Just millet!
I know. It makes me sad.
It makes me mad, and it also just makes me really upset. These birds need so much more than just millet, than just seed. As I have stated previously in my previous episodes of Bird Nerd, especially with your parrots in particular, putting them on just a seed diet is not beneficial for them at all. It can create so many lifelong metabolic issues, as well as just deteriorate your bird's health beyond recognition. It is very hard to bring them back from a seed-only diet. I can tell you that now.
We need a variety.
Indeed, they do. So, the percentages I have come up with for your budgie's average diet requirements percentages, your seeds and pellets should be about 40%. I would like to stress for this fact, pellets are 1,000 times better than your normal seed. Please, if your bird is on seed, I highly recommend you transfer them over to pellets ASAP. It may take a while for your bird to understand the importance of eating pellets, but in the long run, they are so much better vitamin and mineral wise that it's going to help your bird so much. So much. So that's why I have it at 40%, but that is more leaning towards your pellets. If your budgie is on a seed diet and it will not go to a pellet diet, please lower the seed intake as much as you can. Please. I know I
For
sound
their
like I'm begging at this
safety.
point, but I am. Please. I'm so tired of people thinking that birds only need seeds.
No, they don't.
Alright, for your fruits, here I have it as 15%. These guys do not require a high amount of sugar. It is not needed for them. Giving them a little bit of apple here and there, or a little bit of pear, or even a little bit of grape every now and then, that will be beneficial to them. They will love that. They will love that little bit of a treat. It is not a required base of their diet, hence why it only comes in at 15%. Vegetables. Here's where we change. Vegetables I have at 30%. Particularly greens, so all your leafy greens, even if it's like just the stalks of them, do an absolute world of wonder for your birds, regardless of the species. Now, actually, that's wrong. Let me re-clarify that. If you have an insectivore or a nectivore, then obviously you can't really go down the more greenery route because that's not suited to their metabolic state. But for most birds, most of your parrots in general, leafy greens will do a world of wonder for them. Whether it's kale, broccoli, spinach, even a little bit of cabbage every now and then is fantastic for them. Just mix it up with a little bit of greens, but also you can put in some carrot in there. You can put a little bit of cucumber in there. Do not give them avocado. Budgies cannot have avocado, along with many, many
No.
birds. Do not give them avocado. It may be great for us humans, it's terrible for the birds. Absolutely terrible. I do have a
Mhm.
little food chart here somewhere in my 50,000 million tabs. I don't remember where. This'll work. This'll work. Open up my window share. Here we go. So this is just for avians in general, this chart is, but it does give you a very good basis for your budgies as well. So your fruit and veggies that are allowed. So fruits, you got mangoes, kiwi, papaya, melons with no skin on them. Do not give them any skin. Berries, so this includes your blueberries, your blackberries, your raspberries, your strawberries, even though it's not technically a berry, those are all allowed. Some birds are going to be really picky about them and not eat them. I know for a fact that my birds absolutely despise berries with every single passion in their body. Pomegranates, that's also really good. If you have like your more fruit eaters like your eclectuses, they adore pomegranate. But you can give them to all of your normal parrots as well. Grapes, they should be given in moderation because they do have a high acidity content, um, as well as being really high in sugar, but they absolutely love grapes. I know my two absolute blue feathered chickens out there, they adore grapes. You mention the word grape and they come running at you. Cranberries, I actually have never tried cranberries with my parents, but again, they're very high in the sugar content as well as they're more alkaline. So you want to balance them out uh, as best as you can. Bananas, whether mashed or in slices or leaving in big chunks, they will love tuckering into that as well. Just, of course, be mindful to always. Uh, Actually, this applies to all of your fruits and vegetables and any sort of food. Please don't leave old food sitting around, as it says here at the bottom. Remove fresh foods after 2 to 3 hours. I personally find that a lot of vegetables, in particular, like say your corn cobs, my parents will absolutely mow through the entire corn cob, well, a section that I give them at least. But then the actual cob
Not like
themselves,
my
they
son.
actually, I just let those dry out and they find them the best shredding toys in existence. So there is a balance between them, but by all means, for your fruits in particular, don't leave those out. Those will go moldy really quick, they will go rancid. Don't let your birds eat that. That's not good for them. Alright, now as for your veggies here, carrots tops included. So that's more greenery from the top of the carrot as well. And the carrots themselves, being full of vitamin C, will also be beneficial to them. The same applies to your sweet potatoes with the vitamin C because they are an orange vegetable. Leafy greens, as I have spoken about. Peppers, associated colors. Assorted colors. When we say peppers here, a lot of people have different words for these. When they say peppers here, we're talking about capsicum. We're talking about your bell peppers. We're not talking about your chilies. I know some people go for the chili roots. We're not talking chilies. That's just not beneficial. There have been some cases of birds where they are able to handle a lot of spice, like your chickens. Like they have absolutely no heat receptors as well. But I don't recommend just going and giving your parrots some chilies. I I personally wouldn't, but it has been recorded that it can also be a English a natural dewormer for them as well. But I've never actually tried this. It's probably proven somewhere, but I've never personally tried it. Alright, moving on. So your green beans, your snap peas, your sweet peas, they're all great as well. Barney absolutely is obsessed with them. And you're welcome to give them steamed if they don't like the hard crunch of stuff and they prefer more of a softer type of
I know
food.
the answer
You
anyway.
can steam them, but it does take a lot of the vitamins out. So you don't want to, I guess, over steam them. Just like make them a little bit soft, you know? You don't want them to be an absolute pulp that disintegrates at the touch. For your squash, and pumpkin, squash and pumpkin, it is recommended to not give them the seeds straight out of your pumpkin. Squash doesn't have any, if I remember correctly. I can't remember. I've forgotten what a squash is. But for your pumpkin, don't just give the seeds straight out of the pumpkin. Corn's in the next section after this one. But pumpkin seeds, don't give them to the birds because it actually can be highly toxic to them. Same also applies to the apple seeds, as apple seeds have a little bit of cyanide in them. Please don't let your birds have them. Pumpkins, I don't think they have the cyanide in them, but there's something in them that's escaping my brain right now that is highly toxic for them. Now, if you're getting human grade pepitas that don't have any salt on them or anything, for those of you who don't know, pumpkin seeds are pepitas, just dried out. Pepitas are good, just make sure they have no salt on them. River has an allergy to pepitas, so I personally don't touch pepitas around my parrots. But I do know of several parrots. Actually, a majority of parrots do love the pepita seeds. So please get pepita seeds. Do not give them the raw pumpkin seeds. Now, as Dan here is asking about sweet corn, birds love corn.
I know the answer, and we both should.
Well, corn should be given in moderation. But sweet corn specifically, it's not actually like a natural food per se. It's not beneficial for them. It's some people like to give it to them. It's not actually that great. You're better off giving them actual corn or even the dried corn, which is the maize. They do love that. I probably described that terribly.
No, you said the correct things.
Okay, okay.
I can confirm.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, about the corn, I did the research. I looked it up for you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised you didn't say about cuttlefish
I was getting to that.
yet. Yeah.
That's in the no section, which
No,
I haven't gotten to
no,
yet.
no, yes, budgies can eat corn. It's a part of their diet in moderation. Corn
Mm-hmm.
is good for their fiber for the birds.
Yep.
And plain air popcorn can also be a safe treat.
Yes, just make sure it has no butter on it and it has no salt on it. So don't just go grabbing your popcorn packets from the supermarket, slapping them in the oven and giving them to your birds. Please do not do that. If you get like a actual proper food grade popcorn kernels, make sure they are free of any salt, any sugar, any butter, any sort of preservative and whatnot. Pop them yourself, and then you
Based
can
on
feed
like,
them to your
based on
birds.
like what you get
Although
from
birds can
Mhm.
actually have a little bit of olive oil, so if you want to put a little bit of olive oil or even coconut oil on top of the popcorn to, I don't know, give them a little bit of flavor or something, you can also give that to your birds. But again, in moderation. Look at this, all of these things
I'll
that you
say
can
quiet
give
now.
birds, but a lot of people never actually realize that you can actually give them to birds. And not a problem, Dan.
I've
Alright,
had my fun.
I'm sure you're gonna have more fun as time goes along with this. Alrighty, with our no foods, as we have stated previously, avocados are a big no. This doesn't just apply to budgies, but applies to almost every single bird. I think there's one or two that can potentially have avocado. Can't remember off the top of my head though what those are. Uncooked beans. So when they say uncooked beans here, they're talking about your kidney beans, your black beans, um, I don't know whatever type of beans there are, I'm afraid. I don't have a lot of beans. I don't like beans. um, please only give them cooked stuff. Do not give them raw stuff. And do not give them the stuff from the cans because that does contain syrup, which is not good for your parrots either. Chocolate, it's not even good for us humans. It's not good for the birds either. Alcohol, self explanatory. There have been many issues with birds that have become addicted to alcohol. It is not a pretty sight to rehabilitate these birds, and it's actually very heartbreaking. If you ever look up videos of birds being weaned off alcohol additions from people neglecting them, it is very hard to watch, very hard to witness. Just please don't let your birds around alcohol. The same applies to caffeine. There have been many caffeine addictions in birds as well. Keep your caffeine away from your birds. If your bird likes to climb into your coffee cup, okay. Oh, I might be thinking wild figs. My apologies. Um, if your bird likes to climb into your coffee cup, even if it's like a glass of water or fruit juice or anything, please, if it's not safe for your birds, please keep it out of arm's reach. Please. Next one is selfish. So, I'm not saying selfish, I'm saying shellfish, not selfish. I know it's a little hard to understand with my accent. I apologize. But this is. They're also known as cuttlefish, as Dan was explaining earlier. Please do not give them cuttlefish or shellfish. If they do need to have more calcium in their diet, there are way better options to get calcium in the diet. The issue with your cuttlefish and shellfish is that being from the ocean, they have salt in them. Birds cannot have salt. Salt is extremely toxic to birds. Um, sorry, I should clarify specifically to your parrots. But obviously, your seabirds, it doesn't affect them as much, but they still even don't have like a healthy dose of that or anything. It's just not beneficial for them, especially for your parrots. So if you live on a coast or something, right up against an ocean, try keep your birds inside so they don't have a lot of salt being spray being coated around their cages. And yes, this is indeed Bird Class 101. If you guys want me to actually make like a proper care guide for your parrot or your insectivore, frugivore, or anything, let me know. Of course, please don't follow my guides to a T. As stated previously, I am not a fully qualified vet nurse in any capacity, shape, or form, or a vet in general. I am still in training, I am learning. This is all based off my own opinions. Undercooked meat. So, this is a bit of an interesting one. So, this doesn't apply so much to our budgies. Budgies can have, say, some mealworms. It's not, they don't really need it. It's really high in fat for them. Crickets, budgies aren't really likely going to eat those either. They can have a little bit of meat, but honestly, budgies, they don't really have a hankering for meat at all. So you don't have to worry about too much with them. But for your other birds, yes, no undercooked meat. Moving on with our diet. Oh yes, I forgot to say at the top of the chart there, you have your fresh seeds. I've also put nuts into this category, which is 15%, as a lot of your nuts do contain a lot of fat in them, and your budgie is only a small little bird. It will very easily become overweight, so you do want to try and stay away from your fats as best as you can. So this includes your sunflowers, which are the biggest addictions to a lot of your birds. Budgies, they don't particularly want to eat sunflowers, but they can, especially if it's the dehusked one, so it's easy for them to chew. Otherwise, they're a big seed for a budgie. Safflowers, budgies won't particularly. What should we call you during bird class? Miss Kins? No, you tell me. Oh my god. What am I gonna have to start doing a roll call for every class and be like, "Excuse me, Dan, how dare you go to the principal's office?" I'd be a terrible teacher. I just like to yap about birds. What can I say? But nah, just call me Kins. Nothing special. If you want to pull the Mickey and be cheeky and say like stuff like that, you're more than welcome to. I'm not about to stuff around with jokes like that. You'll be a strict one. I don't know about strict. Maybe a little bit harsh, but not so much strict. I'm pretty easygoing and placid. Unless you walk in and tell me that you've been feeding your bird seeds, then I'm sorry. I'm throwing a ruler across the room at you. Alright. Oats, millet, safflower seeds, and sunflower seeds, as well as puffed millet, are all great treats for your budgies, but like everything, they should be given in moderation. Again, like anything you would give your animals. If you're trying to train your budgie to do tricks and whatnot, using oats, millet, safflower, sunflowers, and puffed millet are great little treats to help reward your parrot. A lot of people will often put a stick of millet into their birds' cages for them to snack on. Although this won't particularly hurt the budgie in any sort of way, it doesn't have a lot of vitamins and minerals in them. But they also do make great treat rewards, especially for your budgies. All you have to do is grab a pinch of your millet seeds loose from the branch, get your bird to perform a trick, offer the seeds to your budgie, just give him one or two seeds between your. I usually use my thumb and forefinger to offer treats to birds, and then the budgies will just pick them out easily, and that's their reward. You can do this for any sort of training for them. Alright, moving on to behavior, which I know Dan is probably going to spew forth a whole bunch of information on this. I've kept it relatively short because I had a feeling Dan would be here so he can also fill in the gaps, since he has budgies himself. I've had a little bit of experience with budgies when I've been looking after them, but I don't know the true extent of their behavior, and all I've been doing is researching up online as to what their basis behavior is. So I will
I
read that
promise
out.
that I'll be quiet.
Pardon?
I promise that I'll be quiet during this part,
No,
unless it's
I'm
absolutely
inviting you.
needed.
I'm inviting you to spew forth.
Okay.
I'll just read what I have out first. So,
Yeah.
in your most usual cases for budgies, they are pretty calm. They are usually gentle, keyword usually, as well as they are very curious and inquisitive of their surroundings. So any sort of new toys, bells, mirrors, they will love to engage with. Well, not so much if there's more than two budgies, but if it's just one budgie and then their own, they can become extremely possessive of these toys to the point where they form unhealthy relationships with the toys. We don't judge them, but it's not recommended that you allow this to happen. So, rotating out your budgie's toys is highly beneficial in order to prevent these unhealthy relationships. But it also makes it so that your budgie isn't as territorial around its cage, because they can be very territorial around their cage and their items, whether this is their food bowls, water dishes, sometimes even their perches. It can be as extreme as that, or it can be as simple as, oh, it's just this one toy. Remove that toy. Oh, what do I do anymore? I don't have that toy anymore. What do I do? Oh, I'll find a new one then. So if you do have one budgie, it's highly recommended you do switch toys out regularly. So just to help give them a new variety, but it also provides mental stimulation for them, much like any other type of bird as well. And if you would like to add anything on that note, Dan, you are more than welcome to.
So most, like most birds, budgies are quite curious, as Ken said. What I mean by that, but let's say that if you're having something to eat or whatever, you'll be curious, like as well as Ken said. But they can also be quite playful by landing on you, landing on your head, or just being around you in general, being super clingy.
They
I've
can
had
indeed be quite sociable, yes.
I had several times where I have been eating and I lifted my finger up and it's landed on my finger and hanged upside down like it does on a branch.
Yep, that's budgies for you. They can be quite the little jokesters if they want to. They're not that energetic. It's only if they have strong bonds with you and your family members that they will have those types of interactions. So if you have a close bond with your budgie, expect those type of interactions.
You can also, I believe, can correct me on this. When considered about giving them rewards about getting doing something correct, it's like trying to teach them how to talk a little bit because some buddies can do that and they can.
Yes, some budgies can actually talk. It's not very common, but there are some budgies out there who do actually speak relatively good English. But again, this is a rare occurrence with budgies. They're more likely to mimic the little kissing sounds that you might make or any sort
Yeah.
of little whistles, not so much words themselves, but there are budgies that do actually speak words. Anything else you wanted to add, Dan?
Um, I'm trying to think about. They're not energetic, but they can also be.
They can
Um,
be crackheads at
oh,
times.
yeah, they can. One thing what I would say about their safety, like most birds, they can't see glass. So I'd recommend that you put on stickers what they can see, so they don't fly into it,
Yep.
and also keep your doors shut in a enclosed space, so they don't go
Birds
out. And
are much
also,
like cats. If they see an opening to escape, they will. In rare cases, you will
so
see some people free flying their birds, where their birds will come back to them. Please don't try this with
yeah,
your bird without prior training, because 9 times out of 10, it won't work out how you think it will.
no, it won't. So if you're gonna let your budgies or any bird out of its cage for it to fly around, make sure that you have either the doors shut, have the door shut, and also the windows, and they can't escape.
Mm-hmm. And I also just thought of something. Because budgies are so small, they are natural prey for a lot of your predators. So if your budgie seems to be afraid, like every time something comes past the window, just pull the blind down a bit so it's not as stressed and on, uh, I guess, on fear response all the time. I have looked up to several budgies that do have that, since they are prey to a lot of your predators, as well as they are not predators themselves in any shape or form.
I don't think I have anything else to add.
Mm-hmm. That's alright.
So you can, say if you want to say one more thing, you can.
We have an ad break in 50 seconds, so we can just ramble and talk about birds for a little bit while that ad starts and finishes, if you wish. I've forgotten a big major part. I've forgotten a big major part. So, the noseband on budgies. The noseband on budgies. This is called the ceres. Ceres. Males have a blue ceres. Females will have like a beige color, similar to the color of their beak, but it can be a little bit more pinkish. Juveniles will have anywhere from something like a lightish blue to almost like a purple pink type of ceres. This will change as they get older. In some cases
Yeah.
with your pieds, it can stay more of a purple color, but most of the time it's very distinct with their blue and their like beige cream coloration. So yeah. So as you can clearly see in this image that we have on screen now, this is a male. And it is a mature ale because it is a deep, solid blue. I think the ad is over now, so I do actually have something to help better show the Ceres band on Budgies.
I was gonna say,
This one, here we go.
yeah. I was gonna originally say that, just so I didn't dox myself, I removed the background of a pejorative for my budgies, so you can get a cleaner shot of one they can be like a name they've clingy.
So I can see that
If you want,
your grayish one there is a male, and from what I can
they're both
see,
male.
yeah, I was about to say that one on the right is a little bit iffy, but I can see that's also male as well.
Yeah.
So as we can see on screen here, you've got a whole different of categories here. So you got your young adult females. You can see it's all of more of a lighter color. They can be more of like a purplish underside, but usually around the nostrils it's like a more of a lighter color to help indicate if you are a little bit confused on the gender of your birds. As you can see here, the breeding conditions of the females, it's they sometimes can be very like a vivid, more pinkish, ever so slightly brown. But they might also have the little bit of a blue hue, as you can see on here. But as you can see around the nostril, it's more of a lighter color, as well as that joining strip in the middle is more of a pinkish. It's going to change depending on the genetic colors of your budgie. But more often than not, you will see it is a lighter color. Now, with our young males, you can see they've got a lot more pinks intertwined with their blues. Again, perfectly normal. If you are not experienced with sexing your budgies, please don't just walk into a pet shop and be like, oh yeah, that's that, and that, and that. I can guarantee you, you're not going to get
No.
it right. It does take a very keen eye to notice the differences. Um, Parents in particular are absolutely menaces when it comes to sexing them a lot of the times, unless they have clear sexual dimorphisms, which is, in this case, would be the Budgie Ceres, but you won't see that until later on in life. So with the adult males here, you can see they are bright cobalt blue. There was often some debate whether the blue patch on their cheeks had any correlation between them. This is found to be debunked though. That's just a normal coloration of the budgies. So pied males here. So pied, I will explain that a little bit later on, but it essentially means multicolored with a lot of different genetic overlapping each other. It's basically a mess of colorations, to put it in simple terms. So it's got the very bright red hues in it with a little bit of blue, but is different from your females, which you can see as more of a darker with the brown tones. So there is still some indications of it, as well as some of these young males in this picture here. I don't know why they're all white faced in this one. I don't mean to be absolutely racist when I say that. This is the blue variation, so the white and blue budgie. I should clarify. But you can see that they have the red tones in there as well to match the young males. It's just got less of that blue in it. Now, so the special here listed, it's a little hard to see, but this left nostril is blue and the right one is white. Now, this could be an indication to say that your bird is potentially a hermaphrodite, which can occur in some rare instances, but it probably is something to do with melanin or psittacophorus, just getting a little bit mixed up there. So if you have a bird that has different colored series on either side, I recommend you go see a vet to get your bird desexed. It's not desexed, sexed. So you can see what gender your bird is. Maybe it'll come back as a hermaphrodite. Who knows? So as you can see here, the last category being unwell sea kelp. Also, first time buy a budgie as a pet. Ask. Yes, before you buy your budgie, please don't make it an impulse buy. And please do not impulsively buy any sort of animal, whether a dog, bird, cat, horse, or anything for anyone, without their consent first. It's the biggest reasons why these guys get abandoned a lot. Budgies are a lot more work than people make out to be. With your unwell seek help
They're cute,
ones.
but hard to what's the word I'm thinking of? Cute, but also, as you said, hard to sometimes see sex.
It's just like any pet. When
No.
you're buying a pet, always do your research before you get the pet to make sure it's a suitable fit for you.
Also, if it's from the shop where you got from a pet shop where you got the bird from and they don't know, and if there's a vegetarian's or vets checkups section, they can also help you guide which one's male and which one's female.
That's why a lot of your DNA tests for your birds, it's for your adults that have all their feathers, they can just use a simple feather, they can get the DNA from that. If you have a very, very young hatchling that doesn't have any feathers you can pluck, they will do a tiny little prick in their foot to do a little blood drop. But we try to not do that these days due to a bird's only has so much blood. One drop is a lot from them. So they more prefer to go the
Unlike
feather route.
us.
Well, yes. We have our hair, which can work, but doing our blood will also tell us our health levels as well. For birds, only you have to do that as when you can see that there's something seriously wrong, and if it's unable to diagnose it just from looking at the bird, or from their droppings, or from the feather itself. And if your budgie has like a really crusty, flaky ceres, please take your bird to the vet. If it has any discharge from its nose, only exception is after a really cold night, because sometimes birds will have a bit of a runny nose after a really cold night. Don't be concerned by this. But if your bird has a lot of discharge from their nose consistently, even if it's not a cold night the previous night, please take it to the vet. If your bird is sneezing a lot, please take it to the vet. It is not normal for birds to sneeze. They will sneeze occasionally if they get a bit of skin dust in their nose, or if they get a feather in their nose, or a bit of seed or something like that. That is normal for them to sneeze. But if your bird is sneezing, I don't know, more than 3 times a day, 3 to 5 times a day, I would say,
Yeah.
please take your bird to the vet. They might have the flu. And a bird with the flu is not a happy bird.
No.
And it's a little hard to
It's
see, but
quite
in this
loud.
second picture here of the unwilled section, you can actually see that the bird doesn't actually have any nostrils. This could be either from that they've been completely clogged, that there is no indication of a hole anymore, or your bird has been born with a defect and actually has skin covering its nostrils. Rare, but it can happen. And birds cannot breathe through their mouths as well. So if their nose is blocked, they're not going to be happy birds. I can tell you that now. It looks like there's an ever so slight hole on that left side, but that right one, there's nothing there. Absolutely nothing there. with this fourth image here, it's not so much the Ceres that you notice, like it's got a little bit of flakiness on it, but the beak itself, that is a absolutely terrible beak. I can probably 80% correctly assume that this bird has been fed only seed, just from that beak condition alone. So, yes, keep a close eye on your birds. Any sort of indication that is astray from the norm, it's likely there's something wrong with your birds, and birds are exceptionally well at hiding their illnesses, and most of the time, when they start to show these symptoms, it can often be too late for these birds. Not just budgies in general, but for a lot of your birds. So I also have another diagram here. This female here on the second row, first one, that is not a healthy budgie. Please don't look at this and think, oh, my budgie's fine. No, no. I have seen a budgie with cancer on its nose, around its nostril, as well as a bulging tumor from its side that was almost the full size of its body. I can tell you right now, this either a severe case of sunburn that started to lead to the development of a tumor or something, but this is very, 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 very not okay. Not okay. It should be clear without any sort of deformities. That there's a little bit of wrinkles on this one. That's fine. That just tells you this is more like a mature female. It probably has laid a couple of eggs. Now, this bottom right one here is a bit interesting because it's pink and blue. So this, I would say, for it to be such a distinct line, is that it's most likely having a bit of like a skin condition where the melanin cells haven't fully formed all the way around the ceres here. This would be a case where I would take your budgie to the vet, double check, see if it's possibly just a melanin condition type of issue, or if it's actually hermaphrodite. You never know. I don't need these tabs anymore, so I'm going to get rid of these. So these are some budgies that I have looked after personally. So this one in the bottom left here, this is Synth. He's probably about 8 months old in this image, so he's very little, very young. And this light blue, pretty much white one is Midi. We'll have a look at these colorations later, but I can tell you right now, none of these are natural colorations. Well, this one obviously isn't, but Synth over here isn't either. So I have a couple more images, so this is Synth again. You will notice immediately, there's no black stripes, there's only very, very pastel grey. We'll get into that later. Rightio, what am I up to on my chart? Habitat. As I spoiled earlier, they are an Australian bird. A lot of people do not know that the budgies actually come from Australia. I have had everyone assume that these guys are from Africa. Or even Asia.
Wrong.
They are Australian. So we do have the Australian budgie, but we also have the English budgie, which is your club. But they are never from the UK. They were always from Australia. But yes, continue, Dan.
So to add on, they are natively from I think there was a story behind why some budgies were sent to the UK. I believe I could be wrong here, but very early on, there was I've forgotten his name now, but he came over to Australia and found out the budgies were very adorable, so he asked if some could be sent to the UK.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but yes, they're mainly native to Australia. That's where they are
Yes,
originally
if you go in
from.
the outback, you will find wild budgies. So if you are going to the outback, please, for the love of flippin' flusha fluffa blah blah blah, don't go alone. Don't go alone. And at minimum, please take 2 cars. Please. At minimum.
Yeah,
The amount of people that go out there with 1 car and get stuck out there and no one discovers them for months is crazy.
yeah, yeah. What was I gonna say? I said about first time buyers, didn't I?
Mm-hmm.
Um, I would also say get it from a reasonable source, who people who
Yes.
know what they're doing with budgies. If they're a budgie breeder, they know a lot about budgies.
Yes, and then they will often know the parentage of the birds as well, so they can show you the parents and see that they are reputable. And a lot of the times, if you get a bird from a respectable breeder, they will often give you like a little pedigree chart to give like a proper certificate satisfying that your budgie is a such and such mutation coloration with the parents, and as to what any sort of hets or halves that this budgie may also have.
I just thought I should add that, just so
Mm-hmm.
they do decide to get a budgie, they know that when they should get it and when not to get it.
Yes. It is a commonly well known I forgot the word I was looking for. I don't
Issue?
no.
Oh. I never would. I know what now what you're thinking of, but I've forgotten it as well.
Oh, lovely. Well, we'll go with issue then.
Yep.
It is a theory. There we go, theory. It is a well-known theory slash issue, I suppose, works here as well. That budgies from pet stores are often from not that good conditions. You've seen the type of cages that they are in pet stores. These are not beneficial for budgies in any way. A lot of people think you can just put them in these tiny little boxes with many different other ones. It is not ethical. It is not ethical in even the remotest slightest bit. So please don't get one of
No.
those fancy decorative cages that look pretty but are actually quite small for your budgies. They're not beneficial.
Um,
They're really not.
uh, was it? Think that. Think. Oh, one other thing. If you're planning, so if you already own one budgie and you're thinking about getting another budgie as its friend, make sure that they're in separate cages.
Ah, that falls into Bird 101 quarantining. That anytime you introduce any sort of bird, not just budgies, you must have them in separate cages, in separate rooms. And in between handling each bird, even if you know that bird is from a respectable breeder, your birds have different bacteria levels in their guts, and introducing new foreign ones to them can cause them to become extremely sick. So, what you want to do is you want to have them in different rooms, in different cages, making sure you wash your hands every time before you interact with the birds and after you interact with the birds, especially if when switching between the two different cages, until usually around a month is when it's beneficial for you to start introducing the birds. But we're not saying just throw them in the same cage and be like, oh well, done and dusted. No. After a month is up in quarantine, if there is no other health concerns with your new bird or your previous bird, you may move the cages into the same room so they can see each other and talk to each other through the bars of their cage safely without any issues of them interacting just yet, just in case they decide that they really do not like each other. There have been cages of that, cages. There have been instances of that on many, many occasions, It same applies to your cats,
Yeah.
your dogs, your horses. You can't just throw a new animal in with the old one and expect everything to be fine and dandy. It does take time.
No.
And after you reckon
Um.
your birds have gotten adjusted well enough, I'm not talking 2, 3 days. We're talking at minimum 3
Several.
weeks. It can be up to several months. Because some birds may not be okay with other birds in their presence. Only after then you can start having them both out if they are hand raised. If you're not able to handle them yourself, that's okay. Get some put their cages up against each other to move them closer to one another so they can interact through the bars as well, having direct contact rather than being on opposite sides of a room. And then if you feel like they're getting along okay after a couple of weeks, maybe 2 or 3 weeks of this, then you can try putting them in the cage. But keeping in mind that budgies can be very territorial about their things, you want to have a third cage, almost like a neutral zone. So you put them both in there, so it's both new to them. Neither of them have laid claim to it to help support the best way that these guys can get along and make friendships with each other without wanting to rip each other's heads off. I have seen it happen way too many times. Please don't go down that route. And then after a while, with supervision, that you reckon that they're okay with each other, you may move them in together in the same cage for them to live together. This can be
Yeah.
back to one of the existing cages, but keep an eye on them in case the bird that did occupy that cage before doesn't get too territorial over the new bird being in their space. You cannot rush these things.
Yeah. Was it? Another thing is,
Mm-hmm.
um, if there's if you have a mirror in the room where the budgie is, make sure they can't see itself.
See, that there's a lot of issues around that. Some people say it's okay, some people say it's not okay. So it's a
Yeah.
little bit almost controversial in the bird
It's
world,
it,
but
yeah.
not
It's
for like
contra-
severe bad reasons or anything.
Yeah.
It purely stems from the fact that they
Where's
can.
my
Oh,
dingo? There we go.
hello, hello, Jados. I am here. Hello, Dingo is here. Um, I forgot what my train of thought was. What was I saying?
Like I said, don't let them see a mirror of themselves.
Oh, yes. So much like how these guys can have unhealthy obsessions with particular items, they can also form very unhealthy relationships with mirrors because they'll start to think that they are another bird, and it can cause psychological issues of where they will try to do the deed, as they might say, with the mirror or the item in question, but also with mirrors. It just can cause a lot of psychological issues with them, and you
Yeah.
don't want to
Yeah.
have that. Like, even with my birds, so Prince loves mirrors, he adores them. Issue, not issue, but with him, it's not a psychological issue, it's the fact that he doesn't like other birds. He never got raised with other birds. He's now having daily
Yeah. But you just
interactions
can
with the
get.
river and other birds, but I don't let him have prolonged exposure to the
Um,
mirror, so he doesn't have any unhealthy relationships with
yeah.
mirrors.
Yeah. It's sort of some, as you said, some people say that it's okay. Some people say it's not.
A lot of people will
I've
often
heard.
say it's a required toy for budgies, especially if it's one on their own. No, that's the worst time to have a mirror. Absolute
Yeah.
worst time.
Yeah. So
You fix the
yeah.
redeems. Actually, I did nothing to fix the redeems. I'll be completely honest with you. It's just sometimes they're broken, sometimes they're working. It just changes. And sometimes if I redeem, it fixes them. Sometimes, if I do redeem one as well, it doesn't fix them. Like yesterday, they were absolutely kerfluffled. They were just extra
Yeah.
scrunkly.
Um. So, Jados, to answer when you said, yeah, budgies can be weird. They can be,
Much like
but
any
they can
animals,
also
really.
be, yeah, but they can also be, quite active
Indeed, they
with the
can.
owners.
Mm-hmm.
So how can I say this? So if you're a first time buyer and you're looking into again a type of bird pet or any type of bird pet, it's honestly up to you. But some people opt for getting a small bird so they can make it easier on themselves so they don't lose track.
Mm-hmm. As well as a lot of
I know
people
quite.
make the assumption that budgies are kind of like owning a hermit crab or a hamster, that they're low energy. I can tell you right now, all three of these are not low energy. There are
Yeah.
so much to go into all of them, including your hermit crabs and hamsters. If you guys would actually like a video on all the different things that are required for hermit crabs and hamsters, as well as all the issues, much like I do with all my bird nerd sessions, we can do one about other animals as well. I just prefer to yap about birds, but I'm happy to yap about any animal, really. Yeah. Budgies are not just chuck them in a cage and chuck them in a cage and they'll be fine. It's not going to work out. It's not. I can tell you right now. Don't get a bird for your pet. Sorry, for your kid, and be like, "Here, I got you a bird," and then the kid just proceeds to neglect it. Please. So many people
uh,
make that mistake. So many people make that mistake. Budgies can be very, very sociable. They do want to
yeah.
interact. They can go feral
Yeah.
though without interaction though, so please be mindful of that.
Yeah.
I know quite a lot about birds. I lived most of my life in a house with thousands of birds. Try looking after 150 at once. No thank you. I love
Yeah.
birds, but I don't love birds that much. If I ever start a rescue sanctuary for birds, I might end up with that many at one stage, but I'll be trying to adopt them and rehome them as best as I can. But, 150, nah, I'm good. I'm past. I'm good. I
That
have
sounds a
enough
bit
issues
too
with
much.
11 birds on my tray. I'm good. Well, unless you count the chickens as well, but I don't. They're chickens. I don't count them as birds.
Yeah.
And hello, Barricade. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Let's see what we have for our next section of birds. Oh, I didn't go fully and finish off my habitat. Oh, my bad. If you happen to find a budgie in the wild that is not of the typical green body and yellow head coloration, more than likely it has been either inbred with someone's escaped budgie that has escaped from some instances, or people have just been neglecting them and releasing them into the wild. If you see any other budgie in that coloration, it's very, very likely it is an escaped pet. Uh, Although it can happen naturally with genetics, it's very unlikely that this would ever happen in the wild naturally. So, more often than not, they're going to be escaped pets. As for the main locations as to where budgies can be found, uh, they're mostly inland. You don't really find them on any of the coastlines. So, in all your grasslands, scrublands, and even lightly wooded areas. Uh, Although, interestingly enough, they're not really on the coasts of the southwest or in the north section of the Northern Territory. They are not in Tasmania, as Tasmania is an island off the coast of Australia, and they're not on any of the east coast borders as well. So, a lot of the borders you won't find these birds. You may potentially find them on the west north coast, but that's if no, that's a lot of industrial area. There's not really many trees out there. They're gonna be inland. That's why I'm saying if you're going out bush, you'll find them there most likely enough. So keep an eye out. You might find these spunky little creatures out there. You're good. That's Good to hear, Barry. What about you? I'm doing pretty good, thank you. I'm yapping about birds. Why would I not be happy? Doing pretty good. We had like 10 aviaries with 100 birds in it. Please tell me that those aviaries were big. Please. Otherwise, I might scream. Please tell me that they were big aviaries. If you're willing to share the dimensions of the aviaries, go for it. My voice is starting to feel like it's dying. I'll be fine. Oh, mine is as well. Don't get me wrong. All that singing yesterday has tuckered out my vocal cords. Now, I'm still surprised y'all seem to really enjoy the karaoke session yesterday. 20 by 10 meters. With 100+ birds in each. Dare I ask what type of birds were in these aviaries? Were they whole different varieties of birds? So were there some big ones, some medium, some small, some tiny, miniature budgies? Do you mean Australian budgies? I'm assuming you mean the Australian. Maybe they were tiny. I'm gonna assume you mean the Australian budgies. So, to catch you up on what we you missed on earlier. So there are two different species of budgies technically. So the one on screen here, this is an Australian budgies. So these are very small. They're around 18 to 20 centimeters. While your club budgies are significantly larger at 21 to 24 centimeters longer. Also had vampire finches, they're small, so that's understandable. Quails, oh my god, it's so hard to look after quails. I love them, but my god, they're difficult. Ducks, oh, ducks are easy. Peacocks in the aviaries, hello? Please don't tell me those are in the aviary. Unless there was like 2 per aviary.
Oh,
Okay, they were free
wait.
roam. Okay, thank God. I was about to commit a screaming match. Okay, they're free roam peacocks. Okay, good. That's good. That's good. That's good. I won't have a screaming match then.
Yeah, you good can
But okay, if it's finches, I can understand. If there's about 100 finches per aviary, I can understand that. As for the quails, quails are mainly ground dwellers, so I can understand that. As long as there's ample coverings for them. But yes, you had me very concerned when you said 100+ birds in 20 by 10 meter aviaries. Because holy fluffing duck shit, that sounds like overbreeding. That sounds like way too overcramped. Because your typical, proper, I guess, standards for birds is that your birds must be able to fully extend their wings and not have their wingtips touch the sides of the cage. As well as they should be able to have room to do like little short bursts of flight in their cage from different perches. That is the minimum.
Yeah.
They might have been bigger. I was a pretty young child. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yes. Because I haven't seen these aviaries personally, I can't judge. But yes, you certainly gave me a heart attack there for a second. Please don't give me a heart attack. I can't do that. No heart attack for Kins, please.
I'm here for support, Kins. Relax.
Oh, I know. Alrighty. Our next section is the breeding season. Budgies are opportunistic and will breed most of the year round without too many requirements. They're really happy to just putter about as long as there's an abundance of food, but also if there has been a lot of rain, the rain heavily influences their breeding cycles. So if there has been a lot of rains, you'll find that the range of which they usually have their breeding season will be extended or shortened depending on the rain. But usually their range is anywhere from August to January, which is typical with a lot of your bird species, um, not just parrots alone, but normal birds in general. So all your flightless ones, your birds of prey, your songbirds, those all fall under that category as well. They can be longer, like your collector says, they can be as early as April. It all just really depends on what their food source is, what their water abundance is, the general temperature and whatnot. As well as a lot of birds won't procreate if the environment is not safe. So if their environment doesn't make them feel safe enough, they won't. It's like I was learning the other day, we have a couple of regent parrots. They will only specifically nest with river red gum. Not any other tree. Has to be that tree. So you can disguise the nesting box with those branches around the nesting box to help make it feel like it's a proper tree hollow for them. Budgies, they're pretty opportunistic. Give them a nesting box, a little bit of straw. Doesn't even have to be straw in it, actually. They can use their own feathers. And they're happy as Larry. They're not that fussy. Alright, the clutch size of these guys, it's actually quite large comparison to most of your parent species and just birds in general. They can have anywhere from 4 to 8 eggs per clutch. There may be less, but usually the average is around 4 to 8. But I found this extremely interesting. The female will only lay 1 egg every 2 days. For some reason. Most birds will typically have all of their eggs within 1 or 2 days. But budgies will stretch them out. I found this quite interesting. And it can be only up to the 3rd or the 4th egg, depending on how big the clutch size is when the female will actually start to incubate the eggs. So you will find that a lot of the... Oh, exercise time? Oh boy. Alright, I'll get into that. Yes, for later. Make a note of that, please, someone in the chat, because I'm gonna forget.
I will make that.
Thank
I will
you.
put that down on my. I'll put that on my phone notes for
Thank you,
you.
thank you, thank you. So in 1 clutch of budgie eggs, you will find that there can be up to, I think they said almost several weeks difference between the first egg laid and the last egg laid. So don't just put all your eggs in one basket, quite literally, and assume that they're all going to hatch on the same day. They're not. If you do go into breeding birds, probably for species like this, when they do this, it's good to keep a little marker on each egg to keep track of when each egg was laid, so you have a rough estimate as to when the eggs will hatch, since they're not going to be similar. And the usual incubation period for budgie eggs is around about 21 days. I didn't go too much into detail as to what temperature or humidity these eggs need to be, as I don't know how in-depth you guys really want me to go into these. I'm always asking for feedback, so anything you would like to see be added to any of these info sheets, please let me know. We're not at the end of it yet, though.
It varies.
It does indeed. Alright, life stages. Life stages, I got lazy writing out, so I found a site that helps explain it all with pictures included. Bonus. So let me switch over to that. Here we go. Oh, we're getting sneak peek. Alrighty. I'll zoom in on the page so it's a little bit easier for everyone to read and see, because I have Hawkeye eyesight. We do. I know everyone. Not everyone does. Alrighty. Would you guys like me to read out the captions? I'll read out the captions. The eggs are laid every other day. Most clutches are 5 to 6 eggs, but 4 to 8 can happen too. The eggs hatch every other day as well, so the difference in age on a clutch of 7 can be 2 weeks. Look at the size of a 1-day-old compared to a 2-week-old chick. Oh, sorry, egg, sorry. So they're looking at the fetus inside the eggs. They really haven't given that much of a clarification in these, I'm just realizing. My apologies. I like to separate them to prevent that. And sometimes the youngest can get trampled. Unfortunately, egg trampling can happen quite frequently when you are in the bird breeding business. So the mother will accidentally crush the egg. It's accidental. It happens with any sort of bird. Less likely for those that have less eggs, but you get the idea. Second egg is laid. As you can see, they don't have any straw in here. It's just a couple of feathers in here, but I'm pretty sure this is purely for the purpose of to see the difference in everything. As you can see, the bird has started to molt some of the feathers into it. This could be also the male, not just the female. Can you believe there is a living being in there? Imagine a hummingbird egg. To give you an idea, with these eggs in here, have a look at your thumb. So the first joint from the tip of your thumb is roughly the size of a budgie egg. They can be as small as, say, your thumbnail. I can't tell if you said cockies or cockles. Cockles? I don't know what that is.
Do you want cockerels? Yeah.
Cockles. Food? Food? Talking about the food? Huh?
Yeah,
I didn't even know there was a food.
I believe it's a food.
The more you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. 1 day, so they're not even 1 hour old yet. The chick can't hold its head up. The entire chick is the size of a nickel. You can see his food sitting in his crop. That's what this yellow pouch is here, under his neck. This is a holding area before they digest it. When they are newly hatched, this is a very thin mixture of formula, they haven't included that in there, called Budgie milk. Cockle shells, they love them. Yes, so that's where you get a lot of your shell grits from. It's very high in calcium for them. So if you do have breeding birds and you do want them to have a little bit of extra calcium to compensate for the eggs that they lay, giving them a little bit of shell grit is absolutely fantastic. River has a deficiency in vitamin because she doesn't like to eat it a lot, so I'm always shoveling it in her food. Sometimes I'll actually get bits of grapes and I'll dip it in the calcium powder or shell grit to make her eat it. She doesn't like it though. Alright. 2 to... I can't read these titles. 24 hours old. Still not holding its head up yet. You can see through the belly skin. Again, straight into the crop. So they've probably... Look, by the looks of it, they've taken these pictures after each time they've fed the chick. The chick's ears have opened today. They look like goosebumps on top of his head. You can't actually see the ears in this picture. This is actually the eyeball socket. A lot of people hate the look of newborn chicks. I find them fascinating personally. I just look at the anatomy and go, oh yes. I'm already deciphering it's having got any issues, any deformities or anything. The chick's feathers are very visible under the skin today. The eyes are starting to open today too. It grew a lot and increased in size. They actually do grow in size very quickly. It can hold its head up for 1 second and it's very strong, so putting the chick on its belly is difficult because the chick can easily turn itself over today. It's also very vocal. So this is where they start to get pretty vocal. So as you can see, the feathers starting to form. These are just your typical down feathers, not like your actual proper adult feathers. So it's starting to get some baby fuzz just to cover it a little bit to help keep it warm. Our chick looks very similar today to yesterday, just a few more pin feathers showing under the skin. However, mum and dad are feeding her a thicker mixture of food. You can see the seeds in its crop. Kind of, yeah. The chick has younger siblings and they are getting the thinner budgie milk. This little chick is now old enough for a few big bird seeds, so that might be what you can start to see on that corner there, but I'm not sure. Today it has a lot more feathers under the skin, even on her belly and crop. The chick is also being fed mostly seeds today, so you can see the variety of little bits of seeds that have been chewed up by the parents and put in there. Now, this looks a little bit scary. It's nothing scary, I can tell you this now. Today its down feathers are sprouting more. This is 1 week old. You can see the black feathers under the skin on the wings and head. The chick can hold its head up now for a few seconds. Mum and dad also been feeding lots of peas and Swiss chard. Okay, that's interesting. They have had the veggies all along, but today apparently the chick was fed it for the first time. Mum and dad were controlling what contents it received before and didn't give it to him, even though the parents were eating it all along. Also, its eyes have opened much more today. So you can see that there's starting to form a good eye slit there, as well as that serous is quite pronounced. And that beak will start to grow in a more downward curve as it matures, but the green crop is just because of all the veggies that it was fed today. Today, the chick's youngest sibling hatched. Here is a picture to show the size difference between our oldest baby and the youngest. So that gives you an idea on just how quick these birds grow. I don't think people actually probably understand just how fast these grow. Some people understand it with the cats and the dogs, but birds people don't seem to understand a lot. Also, a tip for breeders that have a lot of mice and rat protection because they will eat the eggs without protection. I can confirm this, our regent parrots have laid eggs in the past, and unfortunately the mice got to the babies before we could get them out of the nest. That was not a fun day for anyone. Make sure you keep laying mums separate, as they will sometimes throw each other's eggs out trying to lay in that box. Yes, so a lot of breeder pairs will actually keep their birds in separate cages to prevent them from getting territorial there and kicking other birds' eggs out of there. As well as in some rare cases with birds, the males will actually destroy another female's eggs because they are mated to a different male. Alright. The oldest also holding its head up for 30 seconds. In states where it's required by law, days 8 and 9 are when the bands go on. Today this little chick got its band. If you're 1 day late, it won't fit. Yes, because they do grow quickly, but you can sometimes grease them on, but you don't really want the grease on the bird's skin. Some people use coconut oil, because coconut oil is actually okay for the bird's feet, but you don't really want prolonged exposure to it, so you do rub it off later on. Day 10, lots of feathers are poking out today. They look like little spiky echidnas. Drink water, dehydrated dingo. Alright, another sip of Monster. Here we go. I really should actually get water, but oh well.
You're welcome. You need to stay hydrated.
Thank you. Today is a day you can tell what color family the chick is in by looking at the wing color. So they will be starting to poke through now, so you can see that little bit of snippet there just poking through. Budgies are either green or blue factor. The black on the wing comes out first, and then after that the white if they are the blue factor, or yellow if they are the green factor. This little bird has white, so we know that it's going to be in the blue family. So you can see it in this second image. You can just see the faintest little white tips coming through there. Lots more feathers today. You can see the black and white color bands on the wings and tail now. There is also a lot more down today. Day 13. Feathers are almost opening. Today it's grasping my finger, trying to perch on it, but it lacks the strength to sit up on its feet. 2 weeks old now. The chick has violet tips on her tail feathers. Looks like this baby has a white face. Is this going to be her color? Let's wait and find out. She's sitting up like a little birdie. So violet's actually pretty unique for a lot of your bird genetics. It is required in South Australia to ban them. It is. In some states it is required, some it is not. I can't think of any states in particular where it's different. I think I saw something about WA not requiring leg bands. I personally prefer leg bands. A lot of people don't. I like having them just in the form of identification, as I really don't like using microchips on birds personally. I just think, especially for your small birds, even though the microchip is the size of a grain of rice, you got to think about that in comparison to the rest of the bird. Like, that is a big chunk of technology being put in their body in, say, comparison to a cat, which get the same size microchip. So I honestly prefer the leg bands. If it's causing your birds duress with the leg band and they're chomping on it all the time, it's causing psychological issues, in some rare cases the bird will actually chew through its own leg to get rid of the band. If you notice that your bird is having serious issues with that band, then you can get it removed later on. But most of the time, they won't be too bothered by the ring. They'll just grow into it and be like, okay, I have a ring now. What else? They don't care really. This little chick is still being raised by its parents at this age, but is going to be pulled in a little less than a week to become a hand-fed baby. So today was it was hand-fed for the first time to get its digestive tract used to the formula. The chick will continue to be hand-fed once a day until it's about 3 weeks old, at which point I, the breeder, will be taking over full-time. Chicks, as with all animals, need to get used to a new diet slowly. After all, we don't want upset tummies. This also gives the babies time to learn how to be hand-fed so that they can accept the syringe or pipette. You should not cold turkey switch from mum and her food to a syringe or pipette with formula in it. Babies need time to adjust if possible. There are some cases where you can take day-old hatchlings from the nest and hand raise them, but let me tell you now, that is not an experience you want to go through. It is absolutely nerve-wracking because you need to get like a curved syringe pipe, shove it down the bird's throat into the crop, and then put the food straight into the crop. It is a terrifying thing to do. I have not done it yet, but I was offered to do it a couple of years ago, and I just said no. I know my limits. At that stage, I was nowhere near ready to be doing that. So I'm like, okay, nope, I will wait. I will wait, thank you. If you get more used to doing it, or I guess more confidence with doing it, then it should be alright. But this should not be attempted by anyone inexperienced with birds whatsoever, especially smaller ones. Even the chicks of your larger species, they can be terrifying to implement that into as well. So don't recommend it. Day 15, it looks like some sort of violet or blue shade is coming in on the breast. We can see more of the exact coloration in the days to come. Day 16, you can really start to call them pinheads. Yep, you can see where they get that, as it just looks like a shiny little hedgehog. It looks like more like a hedgehog than you get a bird. I did one, but it sadly died. Unfortunately, that is a major problem with doing the syringe feeding when they are a hatchling. That is a very, very valid thing that can happen. You can miss the crop and go straight into the airways, essentially drowning the bird, but you can also pierce the esophagus and at that stage with such a young bird, it won't recover unless. So it's best to leave them with their parents if you're able to. In some extreme circumstances, you will have to take the baby off the mother and parents because it may not be thriving, it may be bullied. So in those cases, you would have to do that, but please take it to a vet, especially an avian vet in particular, to help induce that. So to help start teaching the bird how to take food. Today our chick has quite a bit of blue on the rump, some shade of blue coming in on the breast. The chick now has the strength to perch on my finger. At this point, this chick is getting very bonded to humans since she has been held daily. Since she's hatched, she's now chirping excitedly to see me and walking to me. She's quite animated about her excitement, and that's only after 4 days of being hand fed once daily. That really helps to get them bonded to you quickly. By the time I pull her from mum, that's the wrong type of buy. I pull her from mama and take over hand feeding in a few days, she will be very used to this routine. If you are training a bird to become more hand raised, it's much like how you would train a dog or a cat to become more socialized. Daily handling. That's all it requires. Today we can see the true colors. Our chick is a white-faced single-factor violet cobalt. If that sounds like an absolute word vomit in your face, yeah, it is. But this tells you how experienced this breeder is, because they have no doubt looked at all the genetics of this budgie prior and been able to work out the genetics and what they could potentially get, and then looking at the feathers and seeing what the most likely outcome will be. So, if you ever go to get a budgie and you suddenly get absolutely word vomited on about the coloration, I can tell you that that's a pretty reputable breeder straight off the bat. If it's just like, oh, this is a green and yellow budgie, well, that tells me a lot. A lot. Unshrimping? We can unshrimp. I need a good stretch. Oh, I heard many things crack on my back just then. Alrighty. There
I forgot
was
also you have to do exercise.
later. I'll do
Yeah.
that towards the end of this bird node
Yeah.
before I go into VR or Greenhill. I forgot to ask Azara if she wants to join in Greenhill. My apologies. I'll ask her and see if she's still up. Alright. There is also a lot of growth with the awareness of its surroundings today. The chick is very aware of sounds like the human voice and music. Baby is now standing tall, caulking, I think that's meant to be cocking its head and listening to everything it hears. It is very curious for the first time. Feathers on the face are open today. You can see them poking through the top there. I love the stripes, they're so pretty. I have now pulled the chick from mama and have taken over hand feeding around the clock. It loves the feeding formula and it has normal poops now, so we are good to go. Day 20. Lots more back feathers today. The baby also likes to run. Running is fun now. Oh, so you can really see the Ceres coming in. So chat, take your guess. Is this going to be a female or a male? You want to take your guesses, chat? Because it's got that little bit of a blue, but it also has a little bit of that pink coming through, but it's also a little bit pale. So tell me, what do you think this birdie's gonna be?
I'm gonna stay quiet.
No, you can put your
let
guess in,
chat
because we'll see what
think.
happens.
I
Jada says
believe
male. What do you think, Dan?
female.
Okay.
What do
What
you
am I
think?
gonna say? I'm also gonna go with female on this one, personally. But it's yeah, no, I'll go for you. Let's lock in female. You can really see the true color today. The chick is still not perching perfectly confidently. It crouches down because of the lack of strength, but as it gains strength and confidence in its surroundings, it will sit up. It's just about fully feathered on its back now at day 22, and the breast feathers are really opening up and starting to cover the skin. Day 23, there has been a huge amount of feather growth today. The breast feathers are open and the tail is longer. Our chick officially looks like a little birdie and is also nibbling and eating on some soft veggies now. The chick just about fully feathered today. There is a small spot on the crop that needs to fill in, and the tail and wings need to lengthen. After that, it's done growing feathers. Day 25. Today, the feathers on the crop are filled in. 26. The feathers are smoothing out and becoming much softer in appearance. It still has some crazy feathers on its shoulders. This is to be expected. Those will finish opening soon. Day 27. Such a pudgy budgie today. That's so much fun to say, pudgy budgie. The chick is gaining some nice weight. Its crazy shoulder feathers are now fully opened and laying down like they should be. It's also regulating its heat very well at this age and so curious. Today it was introduced to a cage. Now, chat, before we continue, tell me, is this an Australian budgie? Or is this a club budgie? Or is it a mix?
I'm gonna say Australian.
Jada says mix. Dan says Australian. Okay, okay, okay. I have my theories. I'm gonna say it's a
What's
mix.
your gut? What's your gut feeling?
I'm gonna say it's a mix personally. I don't think it actually
Okay.
specifies what specific it is, but I'm pretty confident this is a mix. Alright, 4
I like
weeks.
the
What a
confidence.
cute little fluff ball this little chick has turned into after 4 weeks. 4 weeks and you've already got a bird. Looks like a bird. It is a boy! It is a boy! Jados, you are correct. I had a feeling it might be because there was a lot of pink pigmentation in there. So congrats to you, Jados. He's also weaned and talking. He's saying hello. Not actual the word hello, but as in like talking. This week he has learned to fly and play with toys. He's also standing tall and stepping up very well. But he's still mentally very infantile and not ready to leave his mama, aka me, the breeder, not me. Emotionally, he's not ready for that and won't eat will and paces. Eat well, I think that's meant to be. There's so many typos in here. And if I am too close to the cage, he needs more practice being independent and a little less time being cuddled in my arms, which is so hard to do with babies, let me tell you now. I have to leave him alone some more. Isn't he pretty? You can see the black on the beak. This is normal. A lot of parrots, when they're young, the black is there, but it does fade as they get older. All weaned, talking, and loves people. He is even able to play in the big boy cage now with the adults now. They are not picking on him at this cage, and he can navigate the huge flat cage very well. Now he's got a blue background since he's background is in the picture. I'm like, what? The black on his beak is almost gone at 7 weeks. There is not much change from 5 weeks to 7 weeks physically. However, mentally, this little man is a big birdie. He's now living in the large flat cage with the other birds and is eating all the things the big birds eat. See the slideshow below? What slideshow? There's no slideshow! But yes, based on looking at this, you can definitely see the Australian influence in this bird. But those cheek feathers tell me that this is definitely a mix. It's a little bit puffier on the head because you can see the rest of the body is pretty slim here, which tells me this bird is relaxed. Club budgies have a little bit more of a puff even when they are relaxed. So I'm going to say that this is a mix. Don't know if it actually states if it's a Australian or a club though. No, I don't think it does.
Oh.
But there you go, chat. Now you know the life stages of your budgie up to 7 weeks. So when it's 7 weeks, that is when you can safely and legally start handing away your hatchlings. Anything earlier than that, and they are mentally not ready yet. For you, obviously your bigger birds, so like Barney, we got him when he was about 8 or 9 weeks old. Eclectuses actually don't get weaned till around 14 to 16 weeks. But because we had prior experience with birds and have an eclectus as well, the breeder was okay with us taking him home early and hand feeding him with the formula ourselves. He's currently actually only just weaned himself off formula, actually. He was a very late weaner. Rightio, let's see what I have next. I've been raised around budgies, the only reason I know. Fair enough, fair enough. I wasn't sure about that because I saw the amount of red in that Ceres, but you were right. Alrighty, taxonomy. I have a feeling no one really likes learning about the taxonomy, but I'm including it in here anyway.
Why not?
Do I have a chart that I used last time? Because I think I found a really nice chart for taxonomy. This works. Alright, so this one has for the humans, but we're obviously not focusing on the humans part. So let me change my window share to, if it'll let me. See if this works. Perfect. Alrighty. Oh, my model's covering it a little bit, so I'm just gonna scoot it over there a little bit. Perfect. Alright, taxonomy. aka domain, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, and species. Sometimes there's a subspecies, sometimes there is a subfamily, a subgenus, or a suborder, but you're mainly only going to find your subspecies. So as you can see in the humans, we've got the Eucharist. This can also be called the Eukaryoita, or the oh no, I'm thinking of a different word. Kingdom, Animalia, Animala, Anemone, Animal, Animal. There you go, nailed it. Animal. Chordata, Mammalia, Primates, Hominidae? I've never actually looked at the rest and tried to read it out. And then we got
You
Homo
good?
sapiens. No, I'm having a stroke. Alright, so we're ignoring this section of it over here. We're just focusing on this nice little rainbow colored of the taxonomy here. Now, for our domain, for our budgies, it is going to be the Eukaryoita once again. For kingdom, it's going to be the Animalia once again. Phylum, Chordata, which is all of your animals that have a backbone, it's like a spine, internally. So not an exoskeleton, but all of your creatures, animals that have a backbone. And for your class, it's going to be aves, which is all of your birds, whether it be flighted, flightless, birds of prey, aquatic, any sort of bird. Now, for the order of our budgies, they're going to be our psittaforms. I can't think of the definition of psittaforms off the top of my head. I think Cetiforms is just parrots in general. Yes. And then for the family, you have your Psittaculidae, which is your New World parrot, I think. Let me double check that. Where's my collector studies? Need to bring up my collector study notes. Yes, so Psittaforms is birds that have a strong curved beak, upright stance, and clawed feet, so all of your parrots will fall into these as well. Also, Psittaculae is your old world parrot, so they've been around for a long time. They're not a new species, they've been around for a long time. Alright, for our subfamily, since we have a subfamily, this is the Lorinae. Doesn't have that on here, this chart, but that's okay. I can't get one that has everything on it. Alright, and for our genius, it's going to be our Melocyticus, with their species being Melocyticus undulatus. Keeping in mind that our species name is always going to be made up of our genius, along with the Ulandatus, which in this case is the species specific scientific name. So altogether it would be Melocyticus. Oh, sorry, Melocyticus undulatus. Look, I can actually say this one, unlike the last time. That was fun. Wait, was that the cakes? That might have been the cakes, not the cassowaries. I think I could say the cassowary one. I think Dan has fun listening to me trying to pronounce these.
Yeah.
Especially being Australian, so it's just like, oh, Melocyticine or something, I don't know. Alright. So that's our taxonomy done. Really easy and simple to get through without too many hassles.
Hold on. Let him cook.
I cooked, chat. I cooked. I managed to get through it. I managed to get. Oh, why did I get absolutely stumbled on Animalia? Why did I get so stuck on that? I have questions. Alright. Perfecto then. Alright, what have we got for our last section? That's a collectus. I'm not looking at a collectuses right now. Oh, we have my favorite chat. We have my favorite section. Can you guess what my favorite section is? Not like I've been rambling on it for several hours now or anything. No, definitely not. Couldn't be me. Go on, Dan. What's my favorite part? What's my favorite part?
Let me think.
The way he has to pull the Mickey as if he has to actually guess what it is.
Oh, no, I'm kidding. I know what you're thinking of, but the word's just gone out of my tongue.
Wow. Wow. Wow, okay. Oh, wow. Okay, I just gonna cry in the corner now.
I apologize.
It's color genetics chat with color mutations. This is by far my favorite.
You may kick me from the call.
Okay, bye. I'm joking. I'm joking, I'm joking, I'm joking, I'm joking. Alrighty. Now for this, there were so many that it would have taken me a hot frickin' century to write all of these down. So what I have done is I have searched up color mutations in Google, and I'm going to go through each one and explain the general genetic idea behind why this occurs in the budgies, and what causes it. To the best extent I can, as I'm obviously not a geneticist. Geneticist? Is that the word? Genetic specialist? I'll say that. So, well, before I get into it, I found this picture of club budgies, and this just gives you an idea on the color range. Also, this image is a little scrunkly, yes, but look how fucking stupid these look. I'm sorry.
Wait, what am I doing? I'm literally on Steam right now. I can just go to my. I'm so stupid.
You good over there?
I just watch your stream through Steam.
You're
So I was
watching my
Googling it.
stream via Steam? That's crazy. And hello, welcome
I
back. Drink water, Deirdre. Dink. Okay, I'm gonna actually need to open up another monster. And on
I'm
shrimp
not
time.
I'm not kidding.
How the hell are you watching my stream
Look,
via Steam? I have
I'm showing my
questions.
screen. I'm showing my screen.
You're sharing your screen, huh?
Go to Discord. I'm showing my entire screen.
Oh. Oh, you are indeed. I did not even know. No monster dingo? Well, unfortunately, that's all I have. Besides, I gotta get through some more games after this. So, monster!
Yes, so I don't have to go to your Twitch. I can just watch it through here. Ooh.
Brother, ugh.
Freaky though, isn't it?
A little. Not as terrifying as that day. What the fuck? Hello, Falcon! Hello!
Uh,
But
unfortunately,
I want to do monster. Please.
but
I require a
unfortunately,
monster.
I can't type in it. I can't type in Steam in stream through Steam.
I like that. It tastes so good. I forgot what I was gonna say. I got distracted. Oh yes, club budgies. But yes, you can see the feather
Yeah.
textures here. And all the feathers are elongated and they just look really shaggy. And that's not even the image quality, that's just what they look like. It's just I don't like club budgies. Now it might get confusing with Falcon and Falcon, yeah. I said those the wrong way around as well, but I said them separately at least. Is it a white monster perhaps? No, it is not. It is one of the special flavors. This is the Ultra Strawberry Dreams. Dream. Ultra Strawberry Dreams. Holy fuck. I can speak. See? Perfect reason why I need monster.
Actually, no, you don't need monsterkins. It's called water for a reason. It does the same job as monster.
I need to stay awake is the issue. Alrighty. Now, back to our budgie colours. Here we go. Just from this alone should say a lot.
Yeah, don't use mine as a reference. Or a picture I sent to you.
No, I just brought up the Google search of budgie colours. Please keep in mind, this does not encompass every single budgie colour mutations out there. Like how we saw in the life stage document, I'm not going to be pulling out single factor violet blue factor. I'm not going to be pulling that out. This is just to cover the basics of all the different areas. I do see that we have an ad break coming up, so we can start getting through some of these, at least. Alright, so opaline. I have discussed this a little bit before. Opaline budgie.
I'll let you get through this. Your favourite part.
Here we go. This works perfectly. Opaline mutation. Light head and neck bars, no black bars. Body color mixed in wing feathers and edges. So opaline, all this means is that the color pigmentation on the feathers is, it's kind of like someone threw a watercolor at you. It's not as it should be, but it's not completely out of the way either. Important question, how do they taste? The Ultra Strawberry Dreams? Let me see. strawberry, little bit of blueberry. Shut up. A little bit of blueberry mixed in with like almost like the Christmas of the crispness of say a grape, mixed in with a Red Bull. That's close enough. Shocking. I know they taste like strawberries. Who would have guessed?
Wow.
Wow.
I totally didn't expect that.
Wow. Alrighty. So opaline, yeah, all the color is distributed differently, so you don't have your clear, defined scallops. Scallops, as we just said earlier, which is the black bands. Shut up, Falcon. So it's all different, more watercolored, as well as you can see in the neck. Here, it's all more blended in. There's not very much depth variation. That eye is not a healthy eye, I can tell you that now. This top one here and this left one here, these are babies. This is more of an adult, female, but it looks like that Ceres. But all the colors is just more blended together as if they're a giant, I said falcon, not falcon. My god, boys. Shake my head. More
This
like
one is not
chemical
confused.
berry.
There's
I
only
mean,
one
yes,
here.
it is. It is chemical. What do you expect? It's a drink, but yes. Alright, so opaline. This is all opaline is. It can be a blue factor. It can be a green factor. Mixture of both. Yellow face. This sounds kind of racist. It's not meant to be. Yellow face, a blue factor, a Budgies. Alright, so as it describes, you've got your blue factor with a yellow face. So what has happened here is that the genetics have still retained the psittacopherin. For those of you who don't know, psittacopherin is the yellow-red pigment in a bird's feathers. It can also be shortened to psittacopherin. What? No, what is it? Psittacopherin? I prefer to say psittacopherin, personally. Even though the shortened version is easier, I just personally prefer it. But the rest of the psittacopherin in the body has decided to vacate the premises. We're not gonna go into all of our factors because this is going to make this really unnecessarily complicated, and I don't want to make everyone's brains bleed. As well as I haven't touched up on all my research on this. I've just kept it as basic and as light as I can. But as you can see, there's lots of different variations of it. It's not just strictly one part of the face in particular. It does have a high tendency to go along the cheeks next to the beak and on top of the crown there. But that's about it. But in the end, it didn't mean the drink. What the hell are you talking about, Falcon? Alright, where to next? I know it doesn't look very helpful with it just being a purple picture, but there is actually a violet variation.
I'm just gonna be muted just so I can get away from this. I gotta go do
Wow.
something.
Alright.
Don't worry, I'll be here muted. Don't worry.
Alright. So some of these I can tell you straight off the bat are photoshopped. Unfortunately, it's the internet. We're going to get a lot of these. For them to be this vibrant, it's hard to tell the difference. That one is actually a proper one. That is a proper violet. But to get such a rich purple like this, it's very unlikely. It's going to be like a more subtle, like periwinkle coloration, like this. It's going to be more of a periwinkle. So you got a yellow face one there as well. Interesting. It's got a little bit of yellow coming through the wings there. That's quite pretty, actually. Normal violet's tail. So as you can see, it's got more of the blue underline tones in it. The most vibrant colour in the normal budgie guard. This isn't even a normal bauble. This is a club. Can be bred in both single and double factor, with the latter showing a pinkish hue in the rump area. The visual violet cobalt with the purple violet colour modifier. This is the only combination where this intensity of colour is usually evident. This colour modifier is also visually evident in the green series when present and not simply restricted to blue series birds. It is true. It is true. So it will result in like a darker green, almost like an emerald. Blue, I feel like this doesn't really need much of a talking about, but we'll go over anyway. Blue factor Budgie. Alright. So our blue factor budgies, all that has happened in these instances is that there is no ceticolphron, which is our yellow red pigment. Now, the blue pigment itself, you'd think it would have some sort of a type of name. It does not. The blue pigment in a bird is actually the result from melanin. So much like the pigment of our skin, it is what happens here with the bird. So any blue on a bird is actually just the melanin pigment. So the black bands, you can see that is a clear, strong, definite melanin response here. But the blue is a slightly different variation of melanin. But it actually is green. Not green. Blech. It's brown. But the way that the light it reflects off it is more of a blue visual. It's quite fascinating, really. I would say that ones that look way too saturated might have gotten the Photoshop treatment. I agree. It is very, very uncommon that you're going to see such a vibrant saturation in these birds. So this one here, this is actually quite normal coloration wise. This is not that saturated, but when we get to ones like this, nah. I'm sorry, but nah. The day I see one of these with my eyes, pigs can fly. And yes, lots of learning to be had. I'm always gonna ramble about bird genetics. So yes. Oh, actually, this is not a bad indication of the coloration differences. So your purple, like your mauves, it's going to be a lot like this a lot of the time. It's not going to be that vibrant unless it is a cobalt, because cobalts will have a darker type of blue, similar to what this guy's got here. You see it a lot in Indian ringnecks as well. To give you an idea, Indian ringneck cobalt. So here you go, you can see it's a much darker blue. Like this also is not an oversaturation. I have seen Indian ringnecks of this colour, so you'd probably get your budgies in like a similar coloration like this as well. Why the hell are you holding your birds like that, sir? Also, get that bird some calcium. Anyway, we're not looking at Indian ringnecks right now. I had 2 of these coloured chickens when I was around 6 or 7. Yes, budgies are quite common as pets. If your parents allow you to have some sort of bird, more often than not, you're going to get a budgie. They're very common to get as a pet. But they are nowhere near as easy to care for as a lot of people assume that they are. It's a lot more complicated than people actually realize. Alright, blue budgie, we've gone over. Cinnamon. Ooh. This is an interesting one. So, first thing you're going to distinctly know with these guys is that there's no black per se. It's very muted. So, to get the black coloration, It's a strong intensity of the acetylcholine and the melanin pigments in the feathers coming together to produce a high black visual. In this case, with cinnamon, you almost get like a brown texture. Hence why it's got more of a cinnamon nature. So what's happening here is that the melanin, so the blue pigment, has what's the word? Reduced. I'm going to say reduced. It's not the exact word I'm looking for, but it's close enough. So it has reduced in its intensity, leading the acetylcholine to be more prominent there, leading to those a little bit of brown factors. But also it also plays with the melanin, so the blue ultravioletness to the melanin has also faded away a little bit. So you still get that faded outline of where the black should be, but it's more like a dullish brown. I feel like I just absolutely word dumped. I may as well have vomited a bunch of words there. I apologize. But hopefully you guys are learning something. This is why I'm absolutely fascinated by bird genetics. There's so many different combinations. Alright. Fallow. This is actually not a variant I am used to. Interesting. First opinions of looking at these? These are fucking devils. Okay. Okay, so genetically, just looking at these, I can already tell that there is so much going on here. And hello, Grim. Good morning to you. It's not as noticeable here. Interesting. Interesting. Does anyone want to take a wild guess as to what is happening here, based on what they can see? Welcome back, Jados. The word fallow means unfinished or untilled, and this is evident with this variety given the color intensity variations between chest and rump. The rump area usually allows color identification. Recent specialized breeding in Australia has led to excellent commentary by overseas visitors as to the quality of the Australian birds of this variety. Well, I am awake since like 45 minutes ago. I might not learn anything. Fair enough, fair enough. Can't see much of chat because of chat and Subway's PFP. I know, chat, I know. But based on these pictures, because a lot of these are actually fallows. So based on these pictures, you should be able to get an idea as to what is going on here with this mutation. So what is going on in here? Obviously the first thing you're going to notice, they have red eyes. What does this tell us? It tells us that this is a coloration gene, obviously because it's a color mutation, but it's more specifically leading to melanin. Melanin is much like what happens in our skin. It's an incomplete trait of melanin. So it's not complete. It doesn't make the full black. You do have not complete. I'm trying to read chat at the same time. I'm losing my train of thought. That they are demon bird. We all know red eyes are demon eyes. I mean, some people really love albinos. Personally, I'm on the fence about it. I don't know. They kind of freak me out a little bit, but I don't hate them either. I'm on the fence with these guys. So the black trait in these ones, which is from the melanin. It's an incomplete DNA sequence. Can't think of the exact proper terminology off the top of my head. But there is something missing in their DNA chain, leading to the black not being strong. But we're not getting a cinnamon. It can kind of look like a cinnamon, but this is not a cinnamon. So you can still see it's got that black bluish hue in it. So the melanin is there. But I want an albino dog. Imagine having a cat with red eyes. All of these are photoshopped. Okay. Interesting. That's what I thought. You made me think. You had to make me think there, because I'm not too well versed in my cats. That's what I thought. That the irises are blue, but it's like a red outline of the skin. That's what I thought. So that one's still got a little bit of melanin in there. You can see that. Yeah, that's what I thought. An albino rabbit would be? Yes, an albino rabbit does have red eyes. Yes, see, they do. I knew these do, but I just couldn't think of cats. I'm like, hang on, no, hang on, you actually search this up. But you know, rabbits do clearly have the red eyes. I do know that. I know the same still applies with your weasels and ferrets as well. BRB going to search albinos. I'll do it for you. That is the most goofiest looking dog I've ever seen. It actually looks photoshopped. That's interesting. Dobermans. Oh, that one's probably not. That's like a Weimaraner. Interesting. Interesting. That looks like a demon. This is actually a demon, chat. That is actually a demon. I refuse to believe otherwise. Anyway, we're getting very sidetracked. But essentially, yes, this is what's happening here with the fallow mutation. So let's move on from that. What have we got next? Grey. Grey budgies. That looks so contrast. What the hell? So what is happening here is that albino pictures look so cool. They do look cool, but I don't like the thought of having to bathe them in sunscreen every single day. So what's happening here with these grey ones? So this is more of a yellow face incorporated as well into the grey. But for the most of these, what is happening is that the psittacophorin in their feathers is non-existent. But we still have the blue. But blue is melanin. much like we have with the fallow, it's almost resulting in that, but only for the blue sections. So how it affects the structures specifically of that area and not the black, I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure. But with the fallow, it was more like getting rid of the dark, saturated melanin pigments too that causes the black. To result in like a light, the red eye, the lighter black stripes. What's happening here is basically the reverse of that, but it's also affecting their color. So you can see this one has a little bit of blue on it. It still has a little blue cheek patch. A lot of them will have some sort of indication showing the cheek patch. I'm sorry, but that looks like a sad budgie. I'm sorry. That one's even worse. But yes, I think that the greys are a little bit boring, personally, but genetically, it's quite interesting. But visually, to look at, I would much rather a green. This is a perfect example of it right here. Oh, you're interesting. You look like you've got a little bit of cinnamon mixed in there. Sorry, you will never look at bird pictures the same way ever again. After watching several of my Bird Nerds episodes, you will quickly be able to look at pictures of birds and you'll start to be like, oh, this has happened genetically. Interesting. Though it does apply differently for each bird. But you will start to look at birds a little bit different every time you see them. Guaranteed. Alright, green budgie. We know what the green budgie is. Nothing new there. Oh, lace wings. Oh, I love the lace wing. I love the lace wing. Genetically, lace wings are so interesting. Alright. Okay, here we go. I can't read that. That's not even in English. Okay, never mind. But lace wing. Now I'm just admiring the pretty birdies. I'm getting very sidetracked, chat. Do I care right now? No. No. I am very happy right now. Alright. Going through the pictures, you'll notice an occurring theme. These birds are not usually multicolored. They're usually just one color, but the blacks have almost faded completely. I love the lacewing effect. It's not as stunning as in budgies as it is in other apparent species. For example, Indian ringneck lacewing. So this is just using Indian ringnecks as an example here. But, oh, I love it. I love it. It's very similar to opaline in a way, but it also removes a lot of the darker black pigments. So just like we've seen with our budgies, the blacks are non-existent here. Again, with this picture, even though I can't read any of that writing, you've got the black rings there, you've got the blue rump still. There is no blue rump on here, because it's basically, if you put it in like a, I don't know, like a water bucket or something, and then drained all the color out of it, that's pretty much where you're going to end up with your lacewings. They're all just going to be like one color. They're typically of like a white, very, very pale coloration, but you can also get them in your yellow variations as well with the white tips. It just removes the black. Alright. We probably won't go too much into these because otherwise we will be here for 10 centuries, if not more. But Pied we can go into. Pied Budgie. Alright, chat, you want to guess what's going on with the Pied variation? What can you tell me based on what you are visually seeing currently? Almost all of these are Pied, by the way. Word. Oh my goodness, Chad, really? Alright. So we have our two different Pieds. So you have your recessive and your dominant. Up here behind Dan in chat. Let me just quickly yoink this over here. And yoink that over here. That they have wings. Well done, chat. Well done. Well done, chat. They have wings. They have wings and they're birds. Oh god. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. And they have wings. Oh, chat. Chat, why are you like this? Why are we here, if not to suffer? Alright, our dominant Pieds. Dominant Pieds essentially means that they have most of their coloration still intact along with their designs, but there is some slight variations to them. So the green, as you can see, it's mostly on the belly, same with the blue. They've still got some of it, it has been recessed a little bit. So also on the wing there. So if they have most of their normal coloration, oh god. Yes, this will be at the pop quiz. I should make a pop quiz and put it in the chat and see how many people answer it right. See how many people actually paid attention.
Can I just not? Can I just not answer? Because I know most of this.
I mean, you can answer in the chat as well, because I think we're a little bit lost hope looking at the chat.
I'll just give them no hints. That's it.
Little hints, yeah, sure, why not? You all have to take a test in the end. If you fail, you will have to make a sub. Oh no, chat, we're cooked. We're cooked. Alright.
Kins, you've done this for yourself.
Yeah, I have. This is true. Or a donation. But donations do come with rewards currently, so if you do donate, you do get rewards, so, I mean...
I'm just checking right now how many subs are in my currency. The gift subs.
Oh god.
Yeah, that I'm not paying that shit.
So you better be paying attention, Dan, jeez. Alright, so your dominant's basically all your normal coloration, very mild changes, a little bit. With your recessive, it means pretty much all of the coloration has been changed up to some aspect, leading them to some cases looking like a Dalmatian, with either the black spots or like patchy colours with all the colours scattered everywhere. Some of the birds that I look after. So Mitty here, Mitty is a pied. You can see that on his head here, the stripes are not fully there, as well as got little patches of blue everywhere. Synth here, ooh, does anyone guess what Synth is? I haven't actually said what he is. Does anyone want to guess? This includes you too, Dan. Mods don't have to take the test because we are working here right now. Falcon, when do you ever actually work in my channel? When have you actually worked? A bird? Oh god. Oh god. Chat, really? Really? You gonna do this to me? I think Dan's gonna get an A on the test. I don't know about the rest of you guys. A small. Oh god.
I've been here. I've been here since the beginning.
I
Can
know,
I be
this is why
exempt?
you're probably gonna get an A.
Can I be exempt?
Ah, chat.
Can I
Chat.
be exempt? Can I just not take this test and everybody else suffer?
No, you gotta take the test.
Why?
Watch me actually add this. This is a
You want to
different
get like
bird
a
than the other picture. Oh god.
you want me to get like a Google Doc?
Oh my
Just send
god.
it to you.
If I do, I might actually lose my brain cells. Oh, chat. Is this bird a falcon? Oh my god. Or even a falcon.
Oh my god.
Chat, why?
You've done this yourself.
Why must I
Kins.
be in Spain?
You've
Without
done this to
the
yourself.
S. No, this is patch. Pineapple patch. Yellow and
Okay.
green. No, that's the thing. Well, I mean, he's got yellow on him, but he's not. Oh. Look, chat. Look at this. Is this green to you? Is this actually? Don't answer that. You're gonna answer that it's red or something. Oh my god. Okay, chat. Pay attention. Pay attention. He is a rainbow budgie with the cinnamon trait. Because his coloration goes from yellow to green to teal to almost an aqua to blue. He is a rainbow budgie with the cinnamon trait line. Oh, and actually add lacewing in there, actually. Because he does have that in there. I forgot about that. It has 4 eyes? 4 Okay, I'm sorry, chat, but you're all getting an F. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to retake the test in the form of donating 10 subs. Invigilator? It's next on pickles. I'm cooked. I'm cooked.
You've done this to yourself, Kins.
I am in Spain without the S.
But this is why I say, can I be an invigilator to help you? You might as well need it.
Is this an albino? Chat, this is the same bird! It's saying you get a refund. Oh god. The case is solved. Agreed.
Kids.
I am in Spain without the P.
Kins.
Yeah.
Listen, right? Get away from your PC for a minute so you can scream your lungs out. Then come back
I
with a happy
can't
voice.
scream. I'm just gonna drink my monster.
Get a paper bag. And just breathe in and out in it.
What makes you think we have paper bags in this house?
Just use that.
Wait, cinnamon train? No, not cinnamon train. Trait. Oh god, I've got tennis balls being thrown at me now. Don't I have enough brain damage already? Why? Look, chat, I'll make it better, okay? Here you go. Oh. Oh,
No,
you already have all
that-
failed this.
But what me? Where am I right now?
Where's the box? No, I don't want the sombrero. Go away. No, I don't
Where
want
are
the
my
pie!
considerations so far?
There we go. I'm hiding in my box now. Fuck you, chat. I'm hiding in a box. Fuck you. I'm hiding in the box.
Oh, no,
We
no,
get
you're all
extra
gonna
points for
fail.
creativity. Oh, brother.
Kings,
Why? Why, chat? Why? Why? Hi. I'm back now. What do I get from this? You get a hug. And my appreciation. I can only imagine if I added a bonk redeem, it'd just be like this constantly. Is this a dingo revolt? Dingo revolution? No. No, Dingo's just disappointed. She's failed her students. None of you learned anything. Oh my god. Why are you guys like this? Am I the only one with an A+ at this stage? Yes. Yes. Chat. Here
Let's go.
Here we go. Here we go. I have a question for you. I learned the green yellow one is tropical flavored. No! Oh. Okay, chat. We haven't gone over this one yet. But tell me. Lutino is a form of albinism in birds. Which color does it affect on the budgie? Is it blue, yellow, green, white, or black? Tell me, which color does it affect on the budgie? It should be a hint that we haven't covered already, because we've covered the rest. Pink? Where the fuck did you get pink from? Bird? No. I go for blue. Oh my god, Grim. Oh my god. Grim, you are right. Okay, Grim gets a B now. Grim, actually, no, you get a C. You get a C. You failed the rest. you get a C. You passed. Oh, that's true. Dropbear did say blue, but you did say it before I finished it. That is true. Okay, you both get a C now. You've been upgraded to a C. Congratulations.
Oh, do I still have my A+ even though I didn't answer?
Yes, you still have it. Don't worry.
Oh, let's go.
The Lutino budgie is where there is no blue on the budgie. Congratulations, chat. I mean, it does also affect the white, so you kind of failed in that aspect. But I'll give it to you. You got blue. I got blue.
Spray.
I'll just prep my
this is
snack
gonna
and
be-
dinner, and then I can do
this-
proper mod work. What do you mean proper mod work? There is nothing to mod here. It's lemon flavor. Oh my god. It doesn't help that there is a picture of a fucking lemon on this one. Oh my god, chat. Oh, my goodness. But yes, it is a form of albinism. It means it has a red eye. It means it does not have any melanin. There is no blue. There is no brown. There is only Sidikovran. It's a vampire. Oh, wait, I'm being called. Yes, you were being called, Spray Tag.
Right. Just ignore everybody else.
Yes.
They've been absolute buffoons.
Yes. My class has failed.
So far, Spray, I'm the only one with a
You
good
get
grade
an
compared
A
to
for
everybody
that drop
else.
there. No, no A. No A. You do not get an A for calling it lemon.
Wait, Kins.
Yes.
I think if they're throwing stuff at you, they should I think you should take down their grade by a little bit.
Who said I didn't already?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I need my box again.
I'm just gonna like put up like a chart of like who's got the most so far.
It's not exactly hard to keep track of at this point.
I know.
Eventually, when I work it out, chat, with the hydrate redeem, I'll add this to it. So you can throw water at me. Or this one. Except the bucket doesn't stay on my ears, which is annoying.
It might just be best if I just stay quiet for this.
I am keeping track of chat. Oh my god. I learn a lot of stuff from chat. No! No! Oh, I'm cooked.
I'm
You're
grabbing a
basically making
notepad
me waste time and overcook my food, you muppet. Oh, brother, this is a team effort? No.
Kins,
Oh.
Kins, relax.
I'm crying. I have a feeling that I will be a bird expert after that. Oh no!
You,
Jet.
you guys are failing. That's the issue.
Here's what I'm gonna do, chat. I'm gonna close window share real quick. I'm going to bring up a picture of a bird. You have to tell me what genetics you can see in this bird picture. Okay? Okay?
What do they get?
Deal?
What do they get? That's the issue.
What can I give them?
A pound back.
Don't you pat on the back. Or a compliment, since I know you guys don't get
Yeah.
a lot of compliments. Am I right, my man? That sounds weird. My male
Nicer.
bingos. There you go. Perfect. I don't know.
Not nicer.
Alright. Alright, let me... I'll make it easier on your chat. It'll be one that we've covered. It'll be one that we've covered. So if you don't get it, I will cry. It's gonna be a crunchy image.
Right, Kins, don't cry.
No, I said it's gonna be a crunchy image.
You said you're gonna cry.
Herb
That's the
genetics.
issue.
Good afternoon, Nari. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Damn cyberpunk ad. That's crazy. Male bimbo. No, you're bingos. Bingos.
Purple, you have probably joined at the
Hi, you
most
all. Hi,
craziest time
Purple.
right now.
Hey, Purple, we're totally not losing our sanity over here, or maybe that's just me, I don't know at this stage.
Purple, I recommend don't look at the rest of the chat and they're just all being crazy people who are gonna fail in this lesson.
Yes, we are doing our pop quiz. So it's okay, you haven't been here, so I don't expect you to get the answers to these questions. So that is okay. That is okay.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong, Falcon.
Alrighty, chat. Open in new tab. Open in new tab. This one. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. I always have good timing, am I right? What is the question? What was the question? Hey, it's mine. First time as well, and it's not even at the beginning. Failed. Oh, Jesus Christ, you guys. I'm just bringing up the question, pictures now. So what you have to do is you
Well,
have to
I'm just telling you the
guess
truth.
what type of genetic could this be. Some may have multiple answers. I'm not looking forward to those.
On is music allowed in this lesson?
What do you mean? Oh, I needed that one. Whoopsies. This one. And I also needed... Oh wait, no, I think I brought that up on a different one. I did. Okay, perfect. Alright, chat. So you have 6 questions. You have 6 questions, chat. Are you ready? An orange? What? Genetic? It's
Do
not
I have
blue?
to answer?
Oh my god. Not this one on screen, you buffoons. Oh my god. Alright.
Do I have to answer? That's the question.
Actually, don't look at that. Don't look at that. I gotta adjust stuff.
Actually, it'd just be unfair since I know Budgie, so it'd just be unfair if I just say the answers.
Why can't I click on this? Hello? Why is it not letting me? I'm trying to move it around. No, I don't want to make... Oh my god. Ungroup. I'm just trying to... Oh, here we go. Perfect. Perfect, 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 perfect. Here we go. Here we go, chat. Here we go. I think this should be enough.
The word fingers making me have less hope.
There you go. Okay, perfect. You can't see the answers. Now, chat, tell me. What variant is this budgie? What color variant is this budgie? Oh, fuck me. Ah, yes, I'm talking about numbats. Not that you guys know what numbats are, you numbats. It's blue. It is a blue coloration. But tell me, what is the genetic color? You've got this, guys. You've got this. This is an easy one.
I just not say.
Structural blue. Oh my god. Freaking Googling random stuff. It's
Google's banned for this.
No, no Google allowed.
Listen.
Tell me, what is this, chat? Is this a cinnamon? Is it a fallow? Is it a lutino? Is it an opaline? I know it's a bit. Oh my god. It's a blue zebra. Oh. All of you are failing, and I require a sub from all of you now. I'm joking, I'm joking. Oh my god. Come on, guys, I know you got this. Cinnamon. Must be. Oh my god.
I'm not
At
gonna
least you
say it 'cause I know
actually
the
tried to
answer.
make an actual answer.
Can I just not answer at all? Because this be unfair.
Yes. So chat, you have all failed. You get a big fat F. F in the chat for all of you. This is a blue factor budgie. Literally one of the two most common color factors. So you failed that one.
Structural
Tell me, chat,
coloration.
what is this one? We know it's not a blue factor.
F for fabulous. No, you actually.
F
F
for
for you
fucking
actually suck.
failed. Tropical.
God's sake.
Why, Jet? Why? If I had a crying emoji, I'd be wearing it right now.
Oh, wait, kids, hold on. Wait. There you go.
Wait, actually, I have something better. I need to do this.
Actually, hold on, no, wait, I have one. Wait, I have one. I sent it to Foxy, wait. Where the f is it?
Here we go. Perfect. I'll take this, please.
Look what I sent to you.
No. I've got it. I've got it. Not that one. Nope, not that one. Where is it? This one. Does this work?
Green and blue.
Nope, that does not work. Delete prop.
No, that.
That was not a transparent image.
I sent you a gift. Of how you're
I
feeling
need
right
a
now.
transparent one.
I'll find you a transparent one, okay?
Sub emoji. This one looks like it might work. Let's try this. I don't think it is either. Why? Why are none of these transparents actually transparent? What is this?
You need to give it. You need to give it the What's it called? Let me load it up here.
You sent me a gift. What is your gift? That exactly. Oh my god. Let's see what chat's come up with. Tropical flavor. It is green grassed. No, this is the mango burb version. Mango. I know this one crying emoji. Oh god damn it, chat. God damn it. Green with blue. Green with blue. Where are you getting the blue from? Creamino. What? Oh yeah. Where did you get Creamino from? I have questions. It's eating seeds. Oh my goodness. Feels like school where I also didn't pay attention and we're only goofing around. Oh god. No, it is not a Creamino. Unless it was physics
wonder
and English.
how.
Oh brother. This is English. Oh brother.
You know what? Just so this doesn't hurt my head anymore, I am just gonna go scot-free and do my own fucking stream so I get away from this.
Wow. What was the question again? Oh my god, chat! What color variant is this budgie? Come on, you've got this. You've got this. You literally cannot fuck it up, even if that's all you've been doing.
Actually, no, never mind. I will do my own stream, but I'll say it in with you so you can calm down.
Cinnamon green. Okay, my god, I actually got a proper answer out of purple. Okay. I'm 10% sure this is a cinnamon green. You got the green part right, but no, it is not cinnamon.
I want to cry.
I'll give you half a point, purple. Green and yellow, oh my god.
I mentally and physically want to cry.
Join the club! Join the club! Oh, okay.
Do you want me to fly you over here so you can just cry?
Yeah, I'm just gonna sit in the corner of your room, curled up with my knees hunched up against my chest, just rocking. Oh, no, Chad. This is a wild type. This is the natural coloration. This is the green factor. This is the wild type. Any of those answers could have been right. Alright, here we go, chat. What's this one? If you say candy floss, I'm booting you off. I don't know. I knew it. I didn't want to show off. Oh, God.
Okay. Wait, kids, can I mute them?
No, it's fine. If you say cloud or candy floss, I'm actually gonna commit a crime. Oh my god. I am in Spain. Where's my crying emote? That's not my crying emote. Here we go. This will have to do. Chat, why? It's bubblegum flavor. Oh god.
Dominant grey. No.
Dominant grey. Oh my god, Grim, you actually not that far off though.
He's close. He's close. It's a cloud blue. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Do you mean cloud 9?
Chad, you're doing so well. You're doing so well. You're doing so well. This is the pain of existential suffering. I haven't even seen this emote, like this reaction on my face before on my model. Oh god.
Kins,
Yeah.
calm down.
Oh, I'm fine. I'm fine. Can you just see
but
how
you are-
fine I am?
You are not fine. You are not fine.
What do you mean?
English blue.
Dirty. Oh god.
I'm gonna have to go from this.
Oh no, don't leave me here. English blue birdie that is sleepy. We're not even into the variants, Chad. I'm not even making a differentiate between the English and the club and the Australian.
Dominant blue.
Dominant. Oh my god, you're so close, chat. You're so close. You're so close. You're so close, chat. Come on. Fire all your brain cells. Come on. I know between your one collective brain cell, you can do this. Come on. You've got this. You're so close. You're so close, chat. You've got this. Come on. No, not dominant gray. No. You're close, though. You're so close. You're so close. You've got it. You've got it. I know you do. Dominant white blue. No. You're close. You're close. You're so close. Here's where someone says fucking flamingo and just ruins it. But you're so close, chat. You're so close. You've got this. You've got this. I believe.
I want to.
Clear wing
to
blue.
Cry.
That is actually a very interesting answer. But I can't actually tell because we can't really see the wings or the tail. But that's actually very interesting. That's very interesting that you come up with clear tail. Single factor dominant. Oh my god.
I'm gonna actually cry.
You're so close, chat. You're so freaking close. We're not getting into factors though. Because this is going to make everyone lose their marbles. I haven't even covered that. This is one that we've covered, chat. We have covered this one. Wait, single factor dominant pied Budgie. Oh my god, you got it. It's a dominant pied. It's a dominant pied. You got it, Purple. You got it. It's a dominant pied. You're correct. Holy fuck, chat. Congratulations. I was cheating though. I mean, put it this way. You guys have been getting so close. I will take it at this point.
You guys didn't.
That's pretty much my state of mind right now. Why was mine wrong? Elaborate. You said single factor dominant. You never said pied. Pied was the word I was looking for. You were all saying dominant and another color. I just wanted dominant, pied. That was it. Dominant, pied. Dominant, pied. Oh my goodness, chat. Alright, next one. What is this, chat? And yes, I know it is a very scrunkly image. Is your eye twitching? No, but the vein in my forehead is throbbing. I was getting spicy chicken, was I right? No. No, you were not. You were close, but no, it was a dominant pied, which is what the last one was. This is another window. I can't deal with this shit. No, this isn't a dominant pied. This isn't a dominant pied. Pied. Have fun, kids. You're on your own. Oh god, I'm screwed. Pied. This is a dominant outbreak. This is why we can't have nice things, Chad. We can't have nice things. Why? Oh, brother. What the fuck? Huh? What the fuck? Where the hell? What type of trench did you pull that out of? Where the hell did you pull that out of, Grim? No! Okay, this is one we covered, chat. This is one we covered. It's not a blue factor. It's not a green factor. It's not a dominant pied. There are no repeat answers. So is it a fallow? Is it a lutino? Is it a lacewing? Is it an opaline? What is it? Or a yellow face? Actually, no, I'm gonna say yellow face. I wonder how. I wonder what. Oh god. Does anyone else have any answers? Drop Bear says Latino. I know what you're trying to say. It's not Latino, but you're close enough. The spelling there. Latino. Okay, we have two that says Latino. Does anyone else want to take a guess? Does anyone want to take a guess? No? No one else wants to take a guess? No? Alright. Well, Drop Bear and Wobbajack, you are correct. It is a Latino. But that's not how you say it. Can you put the multiple option on screen next time? Oh, brother. Sure. But no, how you spell this, chat, is this. Lutino, not Latino. Lutino. But yes, this is indeed a Lutino. Oh god, I don't have high hopes for this one. I don't have high hopes for this one. What is this one, chat? Why are you like this, chat? Why are you like this, chat? Albino? Okay, okay. So is this a... Oh, I just realized I mixed up two with that last one. Actually, I mean, it was, but it wasn't what I was going for. Oh well. It'll work, it'll work, it'll work, it'll work, it'll work, it'll work. My goodness, you're bringing out words that I haven't even said on stream today. Okay, champ. Oh, I can't do nothing. I can't do nothing. I can't do nothing. Alright, chat, here you go. Here are your multiple multiple answers. Is it a fallow? Is it a cinnamon? Or is it an opaline? You've only got 3 answers here, chat. You can do it. I know you can. Is it a fallow, cinnamon, or an opaline? Say 1, 2, or 3. Oh, brother. They're just gonna say 1, 2, 3 now, Dad. Come on. Told you. 1 plus 2 plus 3 is 6. Oh, we're cooked. We're cooked. We're cooked. Alright, Dan says 3. Fallow. Okay, so we have a 3. We have a 1. Then we have a 6. I don't know what the fuck the 6 means. Come on, chat. I just don't know. Oh my god, Volker, come on. You got this. You got this. Fire your grandpa brain cells. Is it a mix of 1 and 2? I'm not expecting you guys to get all of them. This is why I just want you to give one of them. One of them. Just one of them. That's all I ask, chat. That's all I ask. Just one. Just one. At least I got part of the answer. I haven't even said the answer yet. A crossbreed? Oh, brother. We're cooked. We're cooked. We're cooked. We're cooked. We're cooked. 2. Okay, so we have 1 of each. Thank you! The answer, chat, is opaline. Opaline. So, Dan, you get a point.
Relaxkins.
Oh, I know. I'm gonna need a break after this. Alright, last one, chat. Last one. Last one. I've already said that there's no repeats. So it's not an opaline. Nailed it, so good at this. Is this a fallow? Or is this a cinnamon, chat? Last one before we raid out. Because my brain cells need to recover after this. Okay, Grim says a fallow. Okay, okay. Anyone else want to take a bet? You got this, chat. I believe in you. You got this. Cinnamon. Okay, okay, okay. Anyone else? Does anyone else have any guess? You've literally got two options to choose from. Can I go to the bathroom now, teacher? Oh my god. Yes, yes, you may go to the bathroom. Jesus Christ, things I never expected to say on stream. This Play-Doh made my tummy feel weird. Oh god, don't eat the Play-Doh. Don't eat the oh, okay. 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 Remind me to never become an actual teacher. Oh, brother. Alright. The answer is cinnamon. You got the answer right, Dropper. It is indeed a cinnamon. 'Cause a fallow would have a red eye. Well done, Dropper. First try, let's go. I need a hiatus after this chat. I need a hiatus. Okay. Okay, chat. Let's raid it into someone. Oh, okay. Let's see who's online. Who's online? Dan's online. Great, Dan. They're all yours now.
That's fine. That's fine.
Have fun. Falk and I get an A++. No, no, you do not. You get a B, Drop Bear. You get a B.
Oh no.
Alrighty, chat. I'm gonna send you all over to Dan, who's playing Forza Horizon 5. Enjoy the rest of your day, evening, night, whatever time of day it is for you, and I shall see you all whenever I see you next. You got the answer right, Grim, so you got a B. Congratulations. Falcon got an F. Dan gets an A. Oh my goodness. Yeah, chat. I need to go lay down. Have fun with Dan and don't drive him up the wall too badly.
Oh, I don't even have my mic enabled, so that's fine. I'll enable it quick.